tell you the other story, which is extremely big, which just shows how scared the Americans are. Just how scared the Americans are. Ladies and gentlemen, not just the Strait of Hormuz, but also Bab al-Mandeb. This is under Iranian radar. And Trump cannot do anything about it, and that is what is scaring the hell out of him. The Americans were so scared of being fired on by the Iranians. The Americans were so damn scared of being fired on by the Iranians that they brought their USS George H.W. Bush, the third US aircraft carrier, via the Cape of Good Hope. And here is a visual of that. They brought it via the Cape of Good Hope and not through the Suez Canal. These are the visuals of the USS George H.W. Bush, CVN-77, operating off the coast of Namibia. It sailed around Africa to join the US naval forces in the Arabian Sea amidst Washington's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. This carrier did not, as you can see there, take the usual route through the Mediterranean via the Strait of Gibraltar. Instead, it sailed all around the world, around the African continent, with escort ships USS Donald Cook, USS Mason, and USS Ross. What this means is that the Americans were so scared of being targeted by the Iranians, they were so scared of the Houthi, to be precise, because this alternative route of theirs avoids transit through the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, and that was fired on through drones and missiles by the Houthi forces on the US in 25 and 24. US warships which have moved in this area in recent years have faced sustained threats. And a US aircraft carrier has not passed through the Bab el-Mandeb since December 2023. Now, why is America choosing a detour route for its aircraft carrier? Because, ladies and gentlemen, it is extremely scared of the Houthis. It is extremely scared of Iran, and it is extremely scared of China. And therefore, the headline I wanted to start with is this: not only is Trump in visible cognitive decline, with his mental capacities obviously under question, but he is also a great bully, and like all great bullies, he's a great coward. He's scared of the Chinese, so he did nothing when China warned America, and when a Chinese ship walked right through their blockade, he could do nothing. And he's so scared, he's such a coward, that he made sure American ships went round the Cape of Good Hope under Africa just to avoid Houthi drones. That's how great a coward Donald Trump is. This is how weak, just how terribly weak the United States of America has become.
We have a big story now coming in. Probe teams are saying that scolding accused Nida Khan is related to Red Fort bomb blast accused Dr. Shaheen and in fact met her in Delhi. Investigators are suspecting possible links to external agencies and are verifying this claim as well. Nida Khan is believed to be hiding in Bhiwandi, Mumbai, but remains untraceable. Officials also cite challenges in tracing her due to the area's dense population and also for her wearing a burqa. She has also deleted all of her digital presence, complicating efforts. 2 SIT teams are currently deployed to trace her, but so far she remains untraceable. Now a big revelation that shows ties of Nida Khan to Red Fort bomb blast mastermind Shaheen. And in fact, both of them met in Delhi very recently. And all right, now we are joined by our reporter Revati from the ground. Revati, this is a big revelation coming in with ties to Red Fort bomb blast Shaheen. In fact, reports are saying that both of them met in Delhi, and this is now incoming as a major IT firm, TCS, is under the scanner where vulnerable women are targeted and forced conversion, even tortured, sexually assaulted even. So what does this connection, this latest revelation reveal to the public about this, in fact, this issue?
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that Nida Khan, who is absconding since day one, and SIT has not got a catch hold of Nida Khan, she is now being said to be related to the Red Fort bomb blast accused, who is a Lucknow-based accused, Dr. Shaheen. So it is said by these sources, by the police sources, that they might be linked through an organization they were working for. So now the investigation is getting deeper and faster in this PCS matter because the CCTV footages and also the bank accounts of all the accused are under scrutiny and are being currently scanned because there is a high possibility that there might be a link to the external organizations, and that's where Nida Khan and Dr. Shaheen might have met, is what police sources are saying. Also, there is a recent development coming up saying that the national agencies, the national investigation agencies, are also looking into the matter, and they will also help the Nashik Police's SIT to set a probe in the matter. So now it will be important to see that what exactly are the links and how did Nida Khan and Dr. Shaheen met. As of now, Nida Khan is absconding and she's been hiding in Mumbai's Bhiwandi area, is what the police sources say, and it is being a task to trace her because she has completely deleted her digital presence, and also she's not been able to trace, as the Bhiwandi is the most Muslim populated area where everyone or every other woman is wearing burqa. So it has become a task to identify Nida Khan as of now. Today, the most important thing in the TCS matter is that all the accused, along with the operation manager Ashwini Chenani, will be presented before the Nashik court. So what exactly did Ashwini Chenani play? It will be important to look out for. Over to you.
And also, Revati, this connection, this links that's being revealed between Nida Khan and Shaheen. She is also the mastermind of the Red Fort bomb blast recently that happened just a few months ago. Does this not reveal that there could be more such grooming gang operating in other big major sectors as well? Because this could be just the tip of the iceberg. There could be many more. What are the latest that you're picking up in regards to this? Do you agree as well?
Right. When Republic had a word with the IT forum head yesterday, he mentioned that every other IT company is being made aware of the fact that if anyone is facing such thing, it shall be taken cognizance of, because the most important fear they have right now is that IT company is going out of Nashik. So the most important thing is that they are making a drive, awareness drive of this very fact that women should be prioritized at every workplace. Also, TCS made a statement, they issued a statement that there's a zero tolerance policy against women workplace harassment. Also, they have sent an email to...
Yes, thank you very much for all of those inputs. Revati, do track the story. We will get back to you very soon. And now, viewers, delimitation has become the latest flashpoint in India's political landscape, with sharp reactions emerging from the southern states. M.K. Stalin has sounded a strong warning, alleging that the proposed exercise could unfairly tilt political representation in favor of the non-northern states. He has even threatened a massive agitation if Tamil Nadu's interests are compromised. Echoing similar concerns, Revanth Reddy has reached out to fellow southern leaders, flagging what he calls a potential southern disadvantage. At the heart of the issue is the centre's plan to link delimitation with expanding women's representation, which would require a fresh redrawing of constituencies by a powerful delimitation commission. While the government maintains that due to process will be followed, critics fear it could alter the federal balance as well. More in this report. Take a look.
Delimitation, the redrawing of Lok Sabha and Assembly constituency boundaries based on population shifts, is now at the center of a major political controversy in Tamil Nadu and across South India. Tamil Nadu's Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has warned of a massive agitation if the centre's proposed delimitation exercise harms the state or disproportionately increases the political power of northern states.
இப்படி அவசரமா டீலிமிட்டேஷன் பண்ண நினைக்கிறது பாஜக அரசோட அப்பட்டமான ஜனநாயக விரோத செயல். இன்னும் சொன்னால் மாநில உரிமைகளை படுகொலை பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இந்த டீலிமிட்டேஷனை எப்படி பண்ண போகிறாங்கன்னு தெரியல. அந்த சட்ட திருத்தம் என்ன என்பது பற்றி இதுவரை எந்த விளக்கத்தையும் கொடுக்காமல் இருக்காங்க. இவங்க இப்படி மறைச்சு பண்ணுறாங்கன்னா கண்டிப்பாக ஏதோ பெரிய ஆபத்து இருக்குன்னு எல்லாருக்குமே அந்த சந்தேகம் வலுவடையுது. தென் மாநில மக்கள் பெரும் அச்சத்தில் இருக்காங்க. தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சராக இருக்கிற என்னுடைய தலைமையிலேயே மிகப்பெரிய போராட்டம் நடத்துவோம். இது தேர்தல் காலம்தான். இவங்க கவனம் அதில் தான் இருக்கும். நாம் டெல்லியில் சைலண்ட்டாக தமிழ்நாட்டோட தொகுதி மறுவரையை பண்ணிடலாம்னு மட்டும் நினைக்காதீங்க. சொல்கிறேன்னா தமிழ்நாட்டு முதலமைச்சர் மட்டும் இல்லை.
In the video message, Stalin said that the special session of parliament was being forcibly convened right ahead of elections in Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. Not just Stalin, Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has also written to counterparts in the southern states such as Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh, warning of southern disadvantage. The proposed exercise is linked to a broader legislative push, one that aims to boost women's representation through new constitutional provisions. To implement this, a powerful delimitation commission will be set up, tasked not just with redrawing constituency boundaries, but also with reserving seats for women across the country. Its decisions, once finalized, will reshape electoral politics, applying to every general election and by-poll that follows.
With the proposal of increase in Lok Sabha seats by the centre, the Telangana-led Congress government here strongly criticized the particular move, saying that this particular move will actually will create a divide between the southern states and the north states, and which will also include smaller states, which will lose representation in the parliament, is what the Mr. Revanth Reddy has also said. He also urged all the southern states to unite together and fight against this particular move, and urged the centre to rethink this particular proposal that they have brought in the Lok Sabha during a special Lok Sabha parliament session.
BJP leader K. Annamalai has criticized Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's remarks on delimitation, calling them fear-mongering and unfortunate. He said the centre is following due process and accused Stalin of creating panic before the bill is even introduced. The 2026 delimitation has started creating major centre versus south rift even before it starts. As northern states with higher populations may gain significantly more parliamentary seats, southern states fear losing political representation.
Now, coming up after a short break, oil prices fall for a second day on expectations US-Iran talks may resume. At Israel and Lebanon begin talks at Washington, US State Secretary Marco Rubio says they do not expect immediate agreement. Coming up next, stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी मनी मनी मनी एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough...
We have a breaking news now coming from the Strait of Hormuz. An American destroyer has blocked 2 tankers at the strait, and the vessels were forced to turn around after being blocked by the U.S. destroyer. This is the first major incident after the United States has called for an economic blockade, a naval blockade at the Strait of Hormuz following the failure of the talks in Islamabad. Now I am joined by our senior deputy editor, Shavan Sen. My first question is, what are the vessels from which country are from? Do we know any details about the vessels that have been turned around? And this is coming in as US has said that they will continue to block the Strait of Hormuz. What are the latest?
Well, in fact, Amrita, these are Iranian-linked ships that have been blocked by the US forces. In fact, a short while back, CENTCOM has basically confirmed that American destroyers have blocked merchant vessels. They've also, in fact, put out details that at least 6 merchant vessels have complied with directions that have been put out by United States of America through the radio link. In fact, it turns out that there has been 100% blockade is what Americans are claiming at this point in time. There hasn't been any counter as yet, but there is a massive escalation that you're really looking at, particularly in the Gulf of Oman, because that's where the interception is essentially taking place. So it's not really coming closer to the Strait of Hormuz, but essentially along the Gulf of Oman, where you have multiple US bases, military bases from which US Navy has been operating. That's where we're given to understand that these merchant vessels are being blocked. Now, as far as which countries do they really belong to, as of now, we haven't been able to pinpoint that. We're looking at the maritime tracker right now to get you details, to get our viewers details of which are the vessels and vessels belonging to which countries are essentially being blocked. But if you simply go by the claims that have been made by the Americans, then it is 100% blockade that is taking place right now.
Thank you so much for all of that input. Shavan Sen, do track the story as we continue to give you all the details on the Strait of Hormuz amidst the ongoing war. And now, coming up after this short break, Donald Trump says Iran war is very close to over, reiterates claim of Iran wanting a deal badly. And US CENTCOM claims US blockade fully implemented holds 90% of Iran's sea trade in under 36 hours.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Director, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night.
Trump says Iran war is very close to over, reiterates claim of Iran wanting a deal badly. US CENTCOM claims US blockade fully implemented, holds 90% of Iran's sea trade in under 36 hours. Oil prices fall for a second day on expectations US-Iran talks may resume. PM Modi and Trump hold 40-minute phone call, discuss situation in West Asia and safe passage via Strait of Hormuz. Israel and Lebanon begin talks at Washington. U.S. State Secretary Marco Rubio says do not expect immediate agreement. We have a big breaking story now coming in from the United States President and the NATO, this time from Donald Trump, saying that he has washed his hands of the NATO alliance. In a social media post, Trump says NATO wasn't there for us and they won't be there for us in the future. President Donald J. Trump. This is again Donald Trump's statement saying that showing his distance from the NATO alliance, again reiterating the fact for another time saying that NATO wasn't there for us. US is in fact in a major break away from the NATO alliance, signaling they want to break away, even though NATO and European countries continue to pressure to keep the NATO intact. All right, we are joined by our executive editor, Niranjan. The first question is, this statement is coming again and again, reiterated many a times. Now, does this mean that there will be a significant break from the NATO alliance, the United States President's statements?
Well, it's extremely embarrassing, the kind of, verbal, fights that have been taking place between NATO and the American leadership. You saw Donald Trump attacking NATO leaders. He's been having different meetings with different NATO leaders, but despite these meetings and despite the outreach, it appears like it's now at a point of no return, because both the US President Donald Trump and the Vice President J.D. Vance have gone on record to tell everyone that NATO is of no use to them. And this is another tweet. In fact, this is the closest he's got to almost telling NATO that he will be pulling out. Donald Trump has this morning in a tweet said that NATO wasn't there for us and they won't be there for us in the future. Now, this is a very, very significant tweet given at a time, it's coming at a time when there is a blockade. And we just broke news a few minutes back of how the American destroyers are implementing that blockade. The US CENTCOM, which is the central command for the war that is on in the West Asian region, says that they are successfully implementing this blockade. several vessels have been sent back. We've been told at last count 6 vessels either leaving from or going to Iran were either blocked or sent back. And in the middle of these reports, Donald Trump's tweet becomes significant because he's been asking for European leaders, NATO countries to join him and to join America in enforcing this blockade. But most countries have said no, they will not join the war. So I think this is a significant tweet, time to the blockade, and closest that we've come to perhaps a pullout at some point, because most countries have taken sides in this war, and it appears like Europe is not with America on this one, especially not on the blockade. Most countries are holding, in fact, interestingly today, UK, France, and many European nations are holding another meeting to try and find a solution to open up the Strait of Hormuz. So when Europe is fighting to open up the Strait of Hormuz, Donald Trump is blocking the Strait of Hormuz and blocking any vessel going to or from Iran. So this is a standoff. You heard also what the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni said this morning, slammed Donald Trump with the kind of words that he used against the Pope. So I think the gloves are off in NATO and in European leadership. All of them have taken sides and are giving it back to Donald Trump. Back to you for now.
And also, do stay with us because we have another breaking coming in now. In another social media post, US President Donald Trump has once again attacked Pope Leo XIV. He said, will someone, and I quote this from his post, will someone please tell Pope Leo that Iran has killed at least 42,000 innocent, completely unarmed protesters in the last 2 months, and that for Iran to have a nuclear bomb is absolutely unacceptable. Thank you for your attention to this matter. America is back, President Donald J. Trump. Now, again, another big statement coming from US President Niranjan. We are staying with you, coming back to you again. Attacking Pope Leo, this is not just the first time he has been doing this since the past few days. Ever since Pope Leo XIV has made a major statement on the escalation of the Iran war, even saying that Donald Trump is saying that Pope Leo is even siding with Iran, and now reminding him that Iranian regime has in fact killed many protesters. In fact, so what's your take on this?
Well, this war of words is embarrassing because, you see, he's not any political leader. He's the Pope. He's the head of the church. And, taking on the Pope, attacking the Pope, calling him out, and in public putting out tweets, trying to play Jesus, and then having to face global sort of criticism. Donald Trump has completely lost the plot. In fact, just when you thought he's going to sort of back down, because Donald Trump in the last a few days has said that he did have a few disagreements. He had sobered down, but in the last few hours, there are indications that he's going to be targeting the Pope again. Now, in this particular tweet, he has tried to remind the Vatican, remind the Pope about Iran killing 42,000 people. Now, that's what he claims, that during the uprising recently in Iran in the last few months, before the war began, there was an uprising. People came out on the streets. We all saw those pictures. And we also know that there was a crackdown on dissent in Iran. We also know that people were killed, people were hung, people were executed. America is putting a number to those executions, saying that 42,000 people were executed in Iran, and that somebody should tell the Pope that 42,000 people were killed by the regime in Iran. And he also says Iran wants to have a nuclear bomb, and that's totally unacceptable. But I think the key point here, him naming the Pope, saying someone needs to tell the Pope that Iran killed 42,000 people. Most of them were unarmed, and they were protesters in the last 2 months. So the gloves are off. I think it'll be interesting to see what the Pope says. The last time he spoke, the focus was on what the Pope would say about Donald Trump and his tweets. The Pope is an American Pope. He's from America. And he did say that he will not come under pressure from the Trump administration, from the American administration. So on that, in that front, the Pope is very popular. Of course, he's the head of the church with billions of Christians following him. Donald Trump is not a very popular man today, but the Pope has large support. We'll watch out to what the Vatican says to this particular tweet. Back to you for now.
Thank you so much for all of that breakdown and for joining us on this broadcast. And now, viewers, Colonel Douglas McGregor, a former senior advisor to the United States Secretary of Defense, has joined Deputy Executive Editor Shawan Sen in this Republic World episode to offer a thought-provoking perspective on the November midterm elections. The former Pentagon advisor discusses the difficulties facing President Donald Trump's administration and the possibility of a major change in congressional authority as he breaks down the evolving political environment. Let's listen in as McGregor candidly discusses voter opinion, how current foreign policy choices affect domestic surveys, and why he thinks the present government will have a difficult time in keeping up its momentum. Let's listen in.
Colonel McGregor, it's always a pleasure having you. What do you really make of the threats that have now been issued? This comes after the failed talks. Many believe that it wasn't even done with the intention of coming with a particular solution in Islamabad. Now with this naval blockade, do you really believe this is going to yield any results? Do you believe that the Iranians are going to succumb under pressure?
No, I think your point up front is the right one. I don't think these talks were meant to do anything but essentially secure a ceasefire, which I guess lasts now another week. But otherwise, there was no intention of actually negotiating. So the whole thing was farcical. On the other hand, now we're hearing about this naval blockade. And many of us are asking the question, I think even some of my friends in the Navy are asking the question, what does this really mean? How do you go about this? How do you sort one tanker from another? Make the decision who is allowed to pass and who is not? I don't think these questions have been answered. I think we've got to go back and re-examine the wisdom of doing what we're doing. But I think the key point that everybody needs to keep in mind at this stage is 20% of the world's petroleum, 20% of the world's liquid natural gas, and at least a third of the world's petrochemicals and fertilizers are no longer available from the Persian Gulf. And the blockade isn't going to change that. So the opportunity to come to some sort of negotiated conclusion means the world is now facing a very, very serious crisis. And this is going to extend many weeks, I suspect, if not months and years.
Colonel McGregor, Iranians say that if this continues, they are also going to respond and respond hard. In fact, now there is perhaps the fear that Red Sea will also be activated, that is the Bab el-Mandab, which is under the control of the Houthis. Now, if at all that happens, then this is going to be a disaster for the world. Do you believe that there is a high possibility that Iranians are going to exercise the choice of activating the Houthis, of controlling Bab el-Mandab?
Once we attack again, which seems to be in the cards when the ceasefire ends, then I would expect that to happen. For the moment, I don't know if your viewers are aware of it, but the Saudis are actually paying huge sums of money to the Houthis to get them to stop. In other words, so that they will not join the fight. But if we attack Iran again, I'd say that's an absolute certainty, and that would bar access to the Red Sea and ultimately put the Suez Canal out of business. This is a very destructive outlook on life. And I think you and India and elsewhere in the world need to understand what's happening here in the United States, because the pressure is building, to be perfectly frank, to remove President Trump from office. Petrol prices in March were up by more than 21% here in the United States, the highest since 1967. And fuel prices increased by 31% during the month of March alone. So you're talking about the onset of a very deep recession in the United States and millions of angry voters. Because remember, no case for this war was ever made on the basis of U.S. national interest. The entire rationale for the war is Israel and making Israel the dominant force in the Middle East and compelling the Iranians to accept Israeli demands. The Iranians will never do that.
Colonel McGregor, what do you make of these recent moves? I'm given to understand that a third aircraft carrier is en route to the Middle East. A Marine Expeditionary Unit That's an additional Marine Expeditionary Unit moving towards the Middle East. There is already an excess of deployment that you're really looking at in that particular region. What do you make of the military moves that are now being made by the Pentagon?
Well, President Trump has ordered these forces to deploy, and he obviously intends to recommence the war. There's no question about that at the end of this ceasefire. What you're seeing is not just reinforcement, but also replenishment, the introduction of newer weapons in some cases, but certainly everything that we had expended previously is being resourced. In other words, missiles of all types and kinds, strike weapons. And I still think that there are serious interests in going into the Persian Gulf with the Marines or the airborne forces and seizing islands.
Now, Polomi Estates marks its entry into Bengaluru with the launch of Polomi Florik, a premium residential project designed for modern urban living. Located in North Bengaluru, the project aligns with growing demands for larger lifestyle-oriented homes and reflects the company's long-term vision for the city. Let's take a look.
Polomi Florik represents more than just a new residential launch. It marks the beginning of Polomi Estates' long-term vision for Bengaluru. Designed with a strong focus on sustainability and livability, the project includes IGBC Platinum pre-certification intent and thoughtfully planned community spaces for all age groups.
Trust is, I think, the most important factor in this business. Because when somebody is investing in an apartment or a house, it's something he's very close to, right? So when he comes in to purchase an apartment, he has to start believing in what we're saying. So I think if we're able to generate that trust to that customer, I think we've half done. So yeah, it's very, very important to have that trust.
As Bengaluru's housing market evolves, buyers are increasingly seeking quality, space, and lifestyle value.
Now, coming up after the short break, oil prices fall for a second day on expectations US-Iran talks may resume. And Israel and Lebanon begin talks at Washington. U.S. State Secretary Marco Rubio says do not expect immediate agreement. Coming up next, stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10
Now, a big breaking news coming in. ED raids the residence of Rajya Sabha MP Ashok Mittal. He was recently appointed as the deputy leader of the Rajya Sabha after replacing Raghav Chadha, and now ED has raided his residence, and we will wait and watch what is it in connection with. But this is the latest upcoming now as ED has raided the Rajya Sabha's deputy leader. Ashok Mittal. That's big breaking coming in after AAP leader Raghav Chadha was taken off of his position, and ED has now raided again newly appointed AAP MP Ashok Mittal, and this is a big incoming. And well, this is in fact a major developing story because Ashok Mittal was recently put in after replacing Raghav Chadha. And he is now the deputy leader in the Rajya Sabha, and he has replaced Raghav Chadha. Recently, there has been some attacks, warfares going on between leaders with regards to replacing Ashok Mittal, replacing our Raghav Chadha, Ashok Mittal replacing Raghav Chadha as well. And this now ED raids his residence. And now, viewers, let's remember that AAP MP Ashok Mittal has replaced earlier Raghav Chadha, and now ED. These raids are being linked to the lovely professional university case. And viewers, he was recently appointed as the deputy leader of the Rajya Sabha, the AAP leader, and a key significant story is that he was in fact replacing Raghav Chadha, and Raghav Chadha in fact took it. Okay, now we're joined by Senior Executive Editor Niranjan. This is a very big change, a big shift now coming all of a sudden as after his replacement as the deputy leader in the Rajya Sabha, Ashok Mittal. And how come that he is currently, linked to lovely university as well. Now ED raids his residence, and just after the replacement was done. What's your latest take on this, Niranjan?
Okay, from the details we have right now, and Shavan is joining us live with more details. Ashok Mittal is also linked to the lovely professional university. We're being told that Ashok Mittal, he's being raided in connection with the lovely professional university. I think Shavan will be able to give us more details. It's a developing story, and we're just picking up the initial input. The initial input is that he's been raided in connection with the lovely professional university, and Ashok Mittal is also linked to it. And Shavan is joining us live in just a bit. And as he joins us live, I think he's giving us a little more details. But what I can tell you is Ashok Mittal has recently replaced Raghav Chadha as a leader of the Aam Aadmi Party, and it was a controversial decision, of course. And Raghav Chadha faced a lot of flack from the Aam Aadmi Party. They said that he was on his way to the BJP. They called him a BJP agent, etc. And now it appears that the man who replaced him, Ashok Mittal, has been raided. And Ashok Mittal is linked to the lovely professional university. Shavan is joining us live. I think he has more details. Let me just go across to him. He's joining us live from the newsroom. Shavan?
Well, in fact, we can now confirm that about 8 to 9 locations where these searches are being carried out. In fact, this is not just limited to the national capital. In fact, we are being told that this is also taking place in Punjab. We're trying to get in more details from the enforcement directed sources, but what we can confirm that this is linked to the lovely professional university in which we give it to understand Ashok Mittal has also been linked to. Now, this is a fresh case that has been registered by the enforcement directorate's unit here in the national capital. So this is registered on the basis of an FIR that was registered earlier. In fact, as far as the case is concerned, this is with regards to certain transactions that had taken place and also admissions that have taken place in the university. And that's the basic details we're getting in right now, because we are being told that the searches began just a short while back with the first information essentially coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party making the claim that these searches are being carried out. They've of course given it a political twist at this stage, but having Having said that, in fact, in a short while from now, Niranjan will be able to put across a little bit more details with regards to when the case was filed and whether at all searches were carried out in the past, and this is an ongoing case in which the searches are being carried out.
Thank you so much for all of the details and your input, Savat Sen. Do track the stories and we'll get back to you shortly. Now we have another major developing story, a big breaking coming in as Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has convened an emergency meeting of DMK MPs at 11 a.m. today to discuss the repercussions that Tamil Nadu is likely to face regarding constituency delimitation. This is a big statement now from M.K. Stalin. They have been in opposition to the delimitation, saying that with the delimitation commission's report and the constituencies to be changed, the number will be increased and there will be an imbalance between the northern representation and the southern representation. And now M.K. Stalin has called for an emergency meeting for the DMK today. This will take place at 11 a.m. and they are going to discuss the repercussions that Tamil Nadu is likely to face regarding the constituency delimitation. We are now joined by our reporter Sharda from the ground, giving us all the latest details. Sharda, delimitation has been one of the major factors for the Tamil Nadu government. M.K. Stalin has now convened an emergency meeting. What can be expected this coming in ahead of the state assembly elections?
Well, today the DMK MPs are going to do a video conferencing with M.K. Stalin, the DMK leader and also the current chief minister, likely to speak about the delimitation over the constituencies that the parliament, over the bill that's going to be passed in the parliament in the next 3 days. While the DMK members have already been talking in the campaigns about that the delimitation will give only minimum number of seats to the state of Tamil Nadu, the DMK MPs are completely against the bill being passed in the parliament. Today, an important meeting is convened and all the DMK members are to share important information on the delimitation and how they're going to oppose the bill that is going to be passed in the parliament. DMK has been constantly opposing delimitation for almost a year now. Back in 2025, they've announced, and now the chief minister of the state, the DMK leader M.K. Stalin, along with DMK MPs and including Revanth Reddy, the chief minister has now gone along with the chief minister Revanth Reddy, asking for all the opposition leaders to come together to make sure that the delimitation bill is not passed in the parliament and that they do not agree, because considering the southern states will receive minimum number of seats based on the population and that they will not agree for this process is what the entire India Alliance has been pointing out, Amrita.
Thank you so much, Sharda, for all of that inputs. Do keep tracking the story and we will get back to you very shortly. Thank you for joining us on this broadcast. That's a big step from the M.K. Stalin government and convened an emergency meeting and calling all of the DMK MPs regarding the delimitation constituency. Now moving on to another story, at least 10 workers have died and over 30 others have been injured after a major explosion at a Vedanta power plant in Chhattisgarh. The incident took place on Tuesday in Sakti district around 2:30 p.m. when workers were on their lunch break, triggering panic and a large-scale emergency response. Take a look into this report.
10 workers killed, 23 injured in an explosion at power plant in Chhattisgarh's Sakti. The explosion occurred around 2 p.m. yesterday when around 40 to 50 laborers were working at the site. Preliminary reports say the explosion occurred in a boiler tube at Vedanta power plant in Singhitari village. According to police, 3 victims were killed on the spot while the others succumbed to injuries at hospitals. Several workers suffered severe burn injuries and were immediately rushed to nearby hospitals for advanced treatment. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu Deosai said action will be taken against the responsible entities.
देखिए, घटना दुखद है और इस दुख की घड़ी में संवेदना हम लोगों की उनके परिवार के साथ में है और जो भी मृतक हैं उनकी आत्मा को भगवान शांति दे और इसकी जांच होगी और जांच में जो भी दोषीदार पाए जाएंगे उनके ऊपर कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई होगी.
PM Modi announced financial assistance worth rupees 2 lakh for the victims. Meanwhile, Congress MLA Ram Kumar Yadav staged a protest outside the plant demanding adequate compensation for the victim.
देखिए आज पावर प्लांट के आज लापरवाही के कारण बहुत बड़ा यहाँ पर दुखद घटना घटी है. इस घटना जो घटी है ये इसलिए घटी है कि जब इस गांव के लोग जब पावर प्लांट को दिए तो एथेना के नाम से दिए थे और एथेना ने पावर प्लांट तैयार किया जमीन ग्रहण करके और सब सिस्टम बनाया, पता नहीं क्यों चालू नहीं कर पाया. इसलिए आज यहाँ पर इतना बड़ा घटना घटी है जिसमें 10 से 15 लोग अभी डेड बॉडी मिल चुका है. 15-20 जने जो है गंभीर रूप से उसको घायल है. उसको अभी तक पावर प्लांट के जो मैनेजमेंट है किसी प्रकार का यहाँ पर कोई बात नहीं रख रहे हैं. कोई महिला आगे पूछ रहा है मेरा पति कहाँ है, कोई बेटी आगे पूछ रहा है मेरा पिताजी कहाँ है. यहाँ पर कोई बताने की स्थिति में नहीं है, सब भग गए हैं. हम किससे पूछें?
The accident has raised concerns about the safety standards at large power plants handling high pressure boilers.
Now coming up after a short break, Bihar to get its first BJP Chief Minister today. Samrat Chaudhary to take oath at 11 a.m. coming up next. Stay tuned.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Trump once again attacks NATO, says NATO wasn't there for and won't be there for US in the future. Trump says Iran war is very close to over, reiterates claim of Iran wanting a deal badly. US CENTCOM claims US blockade fully implemented, halts 90% of Iran's sea trade in under 36 hours. Oil prices fall for a second day on expectations US-Iran talks may be resuming. PM Modi and Trump hold 40-minute phone call, discuss situation in West Asia and safe passage via Strait of Hormuz. Israel and Lebanon begin talks at Washington. US State Secretary Marco Rubio says do not expect immediate agreement. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a very big breaking news development that we are fetching as we speak. It is the Enforcement Directorate, the ED, which has raided the residence and farmhouse of Aam Aadmi Party leader, Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP, that is Ashok Mittal, who was recently appointed deputy leader in Rajya Sabha. Now, he is the person who replaced Raghav Chadda. Now, raids are underway at 8 to 9 locations, including Gurugram, Punjab and Jalandhar, covering the MP's premises. Now, his son's premises and lovely professional university, which Mittal runs. Now, the ED action is linked to alleged financial irregularities detected within the institution. Now, ED teams have also reached the university premises. Now, this university group is headed by Ashok Mittal, who is an Aam Aadmi Party leader, MP, and he's the deputy leader of the Rajya Sabha. The searches are being carried out in connection with the alleged violations of FEMA, that is the Foreign Exchange Management Act. A very big development in this case. And Aam Aadmi Party's Punjab MP, that is Ashok Mittal linked lovely group under ED scanner, raids at lovely professional university. Raids happening at 8 to 9 locations in Gurugram, Punjab and Jalandhar, covering the MP's premises, his son's premises and lovely professional university, which Mittal runs, Ashok Mittal runs. Now, the ED action is linked to alleged financial irregularities which have been detected within the institution. ED teams have also reached the university premises. Very big development. And now this is the ED raids happening at the residence and farmhouse of AAP Rajya Sabha MP Ashok Mittal. All right, we have Lalit with more details. Lalit, if you can put this into perspective and share more details about the raid which are happening right now at various locations. Lalit.
The Rajya Sabha MP...
all right. Stay with us, Lalit. We have our Deputy Executive Editor, Shravan, also joining us from the newsroom. Shravan, what is the latest that you are fetching? It's a very big development. He's a very senior Aam Aadmi Party leader. He runs the lovely professional university also. Raids are happening as we speak in more than 8 locations, many locations as we speak now. Shravan.
Well, in fact, Shivam, I'm coming to our viewers with some exclusive details of the investigation that is being carried out, and this is not just linked to lovely professional university. It is a larger education scam that has now been unearthed. It is about new advanced universities that have come into the fray. In fact, we're not putting out the names of few more universities. These are into advanced technologies, and it turns out that they have foreign collaborations. They have foreign collaborations that basically have come under the scanner. 2 universities that I've just been told by a source of mine with regards to their role in this entire scam. And this is not just linked to Ashok Mittal, but there are several others who have come under the scanner. The reason why Ashok Mittal and lovely professional university is under the scanner is because of the fees that they've been taking from NRIs. And this, I'm given to understand, is unaccounted to a greater extent, and that is the reason why they are basically under the scanner right now. Now, how these universities have been operating, it is important to highlight here that certain courses that are being offered, these are not under the UGC guidelines. So there is a violation of the UGC guidelines to begin with. And despite that, student enrollment has actually taken place in several universities. And it turns out that cash has also been taken. Unaccounted cash is being also looked into. That is the reason why multiple raids are being carried out, not just in one location, about 9 to 10 locations is what we are being told. As of now, the reason why it has got essentially being highlighted because of the role of, alleged role of the Aam Aadmi Party parliamentarian here. But having said that, it is about several other universities and a larger education scam that has now been unearthed and is being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. It is certainly at a preliminary stage, but there are 2 things that emerges. One, money collected from NRIs. Second, universities offering courses which are not under the UGC guidelines, which is essentially being touted as these new advanced courses that are being provided by several such universities operating in the states of Punjab as well as in Haryana.
Definitely. Shravan, raids are happening not just at the university, but also at lovely autos, lovely suites, lovely distance education center, and the entire residential premises linked to the entire Mittal family. Others are also included. Ramesh Mittal, Naresh Mittal, if you can share more details on that.
Well, that is particularly to do with the collection of funds from NRI students. And these are unaccounted funds to begin with, and the manner in which the collection of funds have actually taken place is the reason why we are now being given to understand the Enforcement Directorate is looking into. The fact of the matter is that this particular university has enrolled several NRIs and they're looking into how the funds have actually come in, the mode of collection to begin with, and the declaration that has essentially been made by Lovely Professional University. We are waiting for an official word really coming in from Lovely Professional University. In fact, our reporters are trying to get in touch with the university to get their side of their version in this entire issue, because as of now, since the case has quite recently that has been launched by the Enforcement Directorate, the predicate offence, which is the original FIR that has been registered by a state police, is what we are being told, based on which this entire large-scale investigation is being done. And the source of mine has basically indicated that this is not just limited to Lovely Professional University, but several new age universities that have come under the scanner.
Yeah, definitely, Shravan. It primarily falls under the category of FEMA, Foreign Exchange Management Act, violations of that, Shravan?
Well, at this point in time, I'm not very sure whether this is a FEMA case or this is a PMLA case to begin with. That we'll have to wait and watch, because they've been quite tight-lipped. The Enforcement Directorate is completely tight-lipped about the investigation that has begun, because the searches started just a short while back, and they wouldn't want any further information to really trickle out, sort of impeding their entire investigation. But there is a possibility that this could also bring in the FEMA angle, because it's about foreign exchange regulation, and there could be a violation on that. But having said that, that official confirmation is yet to come in, that whether at all this is a FEMA case or this is a PMLA case.
Shravan, stay with us. We have a breaking news development coming in as we speak, a big breaking news development on your screens. Ladies and gentlemen, ED claims raids linked to foreign collaborations. That's what we were talking about. A big development. ED sources say raids linked to advanced tech tie-ups. So there's tie-ups involved, foreign angle involved here, foreign collaborations involved. This is a very big development coming for the Aam Aadmi Party, leader, and he's also the deputy leader of the Rajya Sabha. Searches are being carried out in connection with alleged violations of foreign exchange management. Raids are happening at several locations. All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news development in this case. All right, Punjab CM Bhagwant Mann has said that BJP has begun election work. So they're crying political vendetta. AAP MP raided and Punjab CM says that raids are linked to polls. But how exactly? Punjab CM's first reaction has come, and this is the political reaction by Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, who's saying that BJP has begun the election work. So we were waiting for political reactions, and they have started pouring in. The alleged violation is of foreign exchange and foreign collaborations in this case, and with relation to the Aam Aadmi Party MP, deputy leader of the Rajya Sabha. He just replaced Raghav Chadda, and he became the deputy leader of the Rajya Sabha. And this is the reaction which we are getting from Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. The Nashik grooming gang scandal has sent shockwaves through the corporate world. Now, following allegations of organized sexual exploitation and forced conversions within the Tata Consultancy Services, that is the TCS facility, reports revealed that a group of radicalized individuals exploited their supervisory positions to target vulnerable Hindu women from financially weak backgrounds. Now, the case has raised serious questions regarding the efficacy of corporate posh policies and internal oversight. Investigations reveal potential links to wider extremist networks and fugitive preachers. Let's listen in as Arnab Goswami confronts the quiet of Tata leadership regarding the gang's exploitation scandal as he smashes silence of Tata bosses on TCS grooming gang scandal in Nashik.
For all the people who say that there is nothing called love jihad, they should call Mr. N. Chandrasekharan, CEO of the Tata Group today. They should call the Tata Group bosses and tell them there is nothing called love jihad, so don't worry about what happened in TCS in Nashik. If you say Non-Muslim women are never exploited. It is all make-believe by communal people, by so-called right-wing media. If you truly believe so, then call Mr. Chandrasekharan, CEO of the Tata Group, and tell him, don't worry about what happened in Nashik. We will convince the country that there was no grooming gang, there was no organized sexual exploitation of young women in a corporate environment. It is easy for N. Chandrasekharan, chairman of Tata Sons, to come and say, we will investigate, we will find out, TCS will investigate, TCS. We are treating this with utmost seriousness. Really, Mr. Chandrasekharan? With as much seriousness as you treated the Air India crash, with the numerous questions which still remain about what happened to Air India? You expect us to believe that, Mr. Chandrasekharan. But don't worry, Mr. Chandrasekharan, because there are enough pseudo-secular people in this country, you see, who will go to you and say, nothing happened. A rationalization will be made. No women were exploited. There was no corporate grooming gang at a BPO center run by which company? Tata Consultancy Services. Ladies and gentlemen, who runs Tata Consultancy Services? The Tata Group. It is India's biggest software firm, but it seems to have systems so weak that a Islamo-fascist grooming gang inside TCS, a Tata Group company, preys on vulnerable non-Muslim Hindu girls, sexually harasses them in an organized way inside a Tata Group company, rapes them to convert them to Islam. This is a horrific example of radicalization gone amok in a big corporate firm as its posh systems went kaput. And I would have expected the Tata Group to have said something on these things. But nowadays, this is not the same Tata Group, I think. Nowadays, the Tata Group is around like, handle the thing with corporate communications people. Well, it doesn't work like that. Someone's got to tell the Tata Group what is going on. There are multiple strands to this story that needs to be unspooled and laid bare. If there is love jihad, if there is deliberate sexual exploitation and rape by a gang of radical Islamo-fascists coming together to prey on Hindu girls from weaker sections of society and to make them compromise with their dignity, with their religion, taking advantage of supervisory positions within the company which position them as stronger compared to vulnerable Hindu women victims, where the modus operandi is simple, like in the case of victim one. The case of victim one, who comes from a financially weak background. Her father has a serious health problem. She's in despair. She needs a job. These are the kind of girls who are abused by people in positions of authority. They are recruited, vulnerable Hindu girls within a young age group, and once snared with threat, cajoling and love jihad, forced to convert. Remember, if TCS says, no, we are actually the whistleblowers here, no. The fact is TCS willing to acknowledge that there were not one, not two, but 9 victims who have come out to tell their tales, who have now lodged police complaints. The police went undercover, unraveled the plot, the accused are arrested and being subjected to the due process of law. The question is not just about TCS or the Tata Group. The question, ladies and gentlemen, today is about attitude in our country, where we have become so secular, so beautifully secular, that we believe we can never talk about the exploitation of Hindu women. We cannot talk about love jihad. We cannot talk about love jihad inside a corporate environment. We cannot talk about sexual exploitation of rape of women. We cannot talk about the grooming gangs of Nashik. We have to throw this out to be an ordinary isolated crime case. Because otherwise this whole narrative that Musalman to dare hue hain, Muslims are in danger in India, that whole narrative will go away. And therefore we have to underplay this entire incident that has happened in TCS in Nashik. Today, the case of Nashik should be taken and analyzed and thrown at the people who say love jihad is a figment of imagination. After this, will they say love jihad is a figment of imagination? When there are visuals, there is a police undercover operation. It's a corporate group. Go ask the Tatas, go ask TCS, go ask Chandrasekharan whether this happened or not. Within his own company, go ask them. Ask them, did this happen? Did this happen? And if it happened, then I would like to request that extremely secular group to wake up, smell the coffee, and not keep talking about Islamophobia. The fact is, non-Muslim women were targeted. Non-Muslim women were targeted. Where was the TCS management when all of this was happening? Where were their posh arrangements? Where was their HR? Where was their harassment redressal mechanism? Where were their internal committees, their deterrence? Where was oversight? Now all their brand managers will come and say, oh, let's, do some reputation management. Yeah, how do you do reputation management? Was the management itself in denial? Did they sit on this till the story blew up in the media? Did they first come up with a templated response, paying homilies to the law, which was flouted with absolute impunity, because of their own lax corporate governance? Then, under tremendous media pressure and public pressure, a scaled-up version comes from the TCS chief. The strangest thing is, the Nashik police is now looking at the possibility of an absconding Nida Khan having some connection with Dr. Shaheen, who is an accused in the Red Fort terror case and is currently in the custody of the NIA. I would like to ask here today, is it true? Some people are saying that there is a Malaysia connection to this. There is a Zakir Naik connection to this. I'm asking, is a self-styled preacher who's now a fugitive in Malaysia involved in this? Will we ever get to know the truth? Will the police, even if they connect the dots, tell us? Or will they, under pressure, because this is a corporate love jihad case, you see, say that we must settle this? This cannot be settled. I'm sick and tired of a situation in this country where things are settled. We report the facts and then they are settled. This is a national security case. This is a terrorism case. This is a love jihad case. This is a targeting of Hindus case. And if Hindus are being targeted, if Hindu women are being targeted like this, then when will the government speak up? Should the government not speak up? Should we not make this a big deal? If Hindu women are targeted like this in India, in a company which is part of one of the biggest corporate houses of this country, where is the media tonight? How much more denial will we see? How much more management by PR and Corpcom companies will we see? You see, ladies and gentlemen, this case, the so-called TCS Nashik grooming gang case, is pure and simple a case of Hindu, non-Muslim women being targeted, exploited sexually in a corporate environment. If this will not be a wake-up call, then let me tell you, nothing will.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting right now. This is Arvind Kejriwal's reaction on Aam Aadmi Party MP Ashok Mittal being raided by ED. And he says, and I quote, Modi ji has started preparations for the elections in Punjab. But the people of Punjab will not tolerate this. They will give a befitting reply to the BJP. So this is another reaction coming from Aam Aadmi Party. This is Arvind Kejriwal's reaction after CM Bhagwant Mann. Arvind Kejriwal's reaction on Aam Aadmi Party MP, Aam Aadmi Party leader Ashok Mittal being raided and his university premises being raided, and raids happening at 8 to 9 locations. This is the reaction coming in from former Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, AAP Supremo Arvind Kejriwal. And he says that PM Modi ji has started preparations for the elections in Punjab. All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because coming up next, Nitish era ends after 20 years as Bihar gets its first BJP CM, Samrat Chaudhary, to take oath today. In a short while. And MK Stalin calls for meeting over DMK MPs at 11 a.m. over the repercussion of delimitation.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian planes. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tejas and the Jaguar fighters. Those tests went smooth, so putting it on the MiG-29 UPG is a natural next step. The request includes new launchers, special tools, testing equipment, and training for ground crews and pilots. Once the work finishes, the whole fleet will get the missiles step by step. This keeps the MiG-29 useful for many more years until newer Indian planes, like more Tejas and the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, join in big numbers. Upgrading the existing MiG-29 fleet saves huge money compared to buying fresh fighters from abroad. It also shows a smart way of mixing technology. India still uses Russian planes but adds Western weapons when they fit better. After supply problems from global sanctions, this diversification makes sure the Air Force never runs short of parts or missiles.
Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, Nitish era ends after 20 years as Bihar gets its first BJP CM, Samrat Chaudhary, to take oath today in a short while.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane.
The top headlines today: Amit Shah campaigns in Bengal set to address multiple rallies in Darjeeling and Cooch Behar. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will hold a roadshow in Nagarkoil. Palaniswamy and Piyush Goyal to join the PM's campaign. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin calls for a meeting over DMK MPs at 11 a.m. over the repercussions of delimitation. TVK Chief Vijay to campaign across 3 constituencies in Chennai today. Tamil Nadu BJP leader Annamalai hits out at M.K. Stalin's warning over delimitation, saying that the Chief Minister is fear-mongering. Tamil Nadu BJP leader Annamalai hits out at M.K. Stalin's warning over delimitation, saying that the Chief Minister is fear-mongering. Now, viewers, we have a big developing story now coming in. Amravati Rural Police in Maharashtra have arrested 19-year-old Ayan Ahmed Tanvir Ahmed for allegedly circulating objectionable photos and videos of minor girls on social media. Acting on a tip-off, Paratwara police found the accused had befriended these minors, created obscene content without their consent, and tried to defame them. Police now say around 350 such videos featuring different girls have been circulated, and now the 19-year-old have been arrested for circulating such videos. This is a big digital crime where minors have been subjugated to obscenities and taken videos without their consent and even circulated online. And reports are saying that 350 such videos have been circulated so far, and the person in this main suspect here, 19-year-old Ayan Ahmed Tanvir Ahmed, has in fact been arrested. We are joined by our reporter Revati from the ground to get us all the details in this upcoming shocking news. Revati, another 19-year-old now arrested for circulating obscene videos and photos of minors, and these are photos taken without their consent, and these are some of the instances that continue to wreak the havoc on women around, and these are happening on minors again. What's the latest? And is there any other that have also been arrested or accused with regards to this incident, Revati?
As you rightly mentioned, that this incident has created a wreck havoc, and as we can see in this digital age, these incidents are increasing day by day. And the most important example here is we can see in Maharashtra's Amravati district. This incident emerged where around more than 180 girls were threatened by this Ayan Mohammed, who was recently arrested by Amravati police for threatening women and also creating obscene content without their consent. But he was absconding when an FIR was lodged against him. But within 2 to 3 days, he was arrested by the Amravati police, and now he has been sent to a 7-day police custody in this matter. So it will be important to see that what is unearthed by the Amravati police, and also a formation of SIT is demanded by many of them, because such incidents are increasing day by day, and women are facing threats and extortion via this digital threats and the videos which is made by him. Also, it is coming to the light that around 180 women are threatened by Ayan Mohammed, who is just a 19-year-old boy. But now the investigation in this matter deepens as there's a demand being made to form an SIT. Over to you.
All right, Revati, do stay with us because we have more stories coming in this time regarding the Nasik case. 3 more victims to register an FIR in the TCS matter. From the past few days, the Nasik police and the SIT were counseling these victims. Initially, they were not ready to lodge a case, but then after counseling, they are now ready to file a case against the accused. Now, this will take the FIR number in this case to 14. It will be important to see what exactly these 3 victims have to say and also what they have faced, because reports are emerging of subjugated torture and sexual assault, and being even kidnapped to a resort as well for forceful conversion. Now, Revati, this is again a big development in this story in the Nasik case. 3 more victims are now ready to give an FIR as well, and now the numbers will be rising to 14 total FIRs in this case, and we will yet see what these 3 victims have been subjugated to. Now, the victims are now eager to speak out more and more as this case is unfolding as we speak. The latest on the ground, Revati.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that the numbers are rising day by day, because on Republic we also broke this, that the women police officers who were posed as the employees of TCS, they unearthed this particular matter because the victims were not ready to come up, because they were hesitant that their identity will be revealed. So they were hesitant, and then they were counseled by these specific women officers who themselves saw that what exactly was happening in the TCS during this activities that were carried out. Now the development that is coming up is that three victims who are being recently counseled by the SIT and the Nashik police are ready to lodge their case in this particular matter. It will be important to see, because there are two perspectives, two aspects in this matter, as one is of sexual assault and second is forceful conversion. There are two cases registered for forceful conversion and 9 for sexual assault in this Nashik matter. So now it will be important to see that what this case has to give. Over to you.
Okay, thank you so much for your inputs, Revati, and for joining us on this broadcast. Do track the story and we'll get back to you shortly. And now, viewers, we have visuals coming in of Bihar's new Chief Minister, Samrat Chaudhary. He will be taking oath shortly now, and these are some of the visuals as the state is preparing for the oath-taking ceremony at the Lok Bhavan in Patna. There's the visual of Samrat Chaudhary, and very shortly he will be sworn in as the new Chief Minister, and this, ladies and gentlemen, will be the first BJP Chief Minister in Bihar.
तो अब ये भगवा झंडा और इस भगवा झंडा के संकेत भी आप समझिए कि चूंकि बीजेपी को अपना पहला सीएम बनने जा रहा है, तो भगवा सम्राट के तौर पर यहाँ एक दिखाई योद्धा से सम्राट तक एक पोस्टर है, और ये पोस्टर और ये भगवा झंडा, ये सारे संकेत को अगर आप एक साथ पढ़ने की कोशिश करें तो बिहार जैसे कास्ट इक्वेशन वाले सियासत में हिंदुत्व को आप आगे ले जाएंगे, ये बड़ी चुनौती सम्राट चौधरी के सामने होगी। मंडल राजनीति को भी आप ले जाएंगे, क्योंकि नीतीश कुमार का लव कुश समीकरण भी आपको ले जाना है, और एक सख्त प्रशासक की भूमिका भी निभानी होगी। गठबंधन धर्म को भी आप निभाएंगे, गठबंधन के अंतर विरोधों का भी सामना करेंगे, और बीजेपी के अंदर भी, मैं बार बार कह रहा हूं कि बीजेपी के अंदर भी सबको आपको लेकर चलना होगा, क्योंकि बिहार बीजेपी में अब तक कोई बड़ा चेहरा इसलिए भी नहीं बन पाया क्योंकि कई सारे गुट हैं,
That's the live report from the ground from our reporter in Patna. Now, Samrat Chaudhary will be sworn in as the Chief Minister very shortly. Nitish Kumar bowed out of his long career and now as a Chief Minister, and now he is in the national stage, and after giving a blessing to Samrat Chaudhary, he will be sworn in very shortly. Now, we are joined by my colleague Hina Sharma from the newsroom. Hina, give us all the details. Samrat Chaudhary, BJP's first Chief Minister in Bihar, and after a series and years of coalition government, BJP is touting him as the first BJP Chief Minister. And what does this look like for Bihar, and what's the latest that you're picking up on the story?
Right, Amrita, we are getting to know that the ceremony, the oath-taking ceremony for Samrat Chaudhary, who is going to be the new Chief Minister for Bihar, is going to take place at about 10:50 a.m. So in a short while now, we'll see those visuals also emerging of the new Chief Minister, Samrat Chaudhary. He will be taking oath at the Lok Bhavan in Patna. Now remember, earlier he in fact met with NDA leaders and put his stake on the position of power at the helm as the Chief Minister of Bihar. He also met the governor, Syed Atta Hasnain, who, remember, earlier took oath to the office as a new governor of Bihar. In fact, he met with a lot of NDA leaders who, in fact, reposed faith in him as a new face in the state. Now, remember, this is the first time that we're seeing a BJP face taking the chief ministerial position in the state of Bihar. We already know that what sort of a legacy Nitish Kumar has left in the state. over 2 decades of rule by him, and after that, of course, he took a decision to, in fact, leave the office of Chief Minister and, in fact, joined Rajya Sabha as an MP, where he was elected, and after that, he, of course, submitted his resignation. Now, initially, Amrita, we are getting to know that there will be an oath-taking ceremony for 2 deputy chief ministers as well, and the names are Vijay Kumar Chaudhary and Bijendra Prasad Yadav. These are both JDU leaders will be taking oath as deputy chief ministers of Bihar. So essentially what we are getting to know that there will be a very small cabinet announced initially, but in the coming month we'll see that that cabinet can be expanded. As of now, that we are getting to know is 33 ministerial positions will be left vacant, but after more discussions and talks between all the leaders, of course, from all the parties, JDU and NDA, it will be decided as to who will be given which ministerial position. But as of now, we are getting to know that only a small cabinet will be announced. He will be taking oath at around 10:50 a.m. in a short while now at in fact, Lok Bhavan in Patna in Bihar, and this is a historic day as there is a political shift in the state of Bihar. We'll see, in fact, those visuals also coming out, and you can see we are getting you the visuals from Lok Bhavan in Patna, where you can see Samrat Chaudhary. Of course, all the other leaders are also being joined. We are getting to know that JP Nadu will also be attending the ceremony. Apart from that, the BJP President Nitin Nabin will also be seen attending the historic oath-taking ceremony. Now remember, after the elections that took place last year in Bihar, he was appointed, Samrat Chaudhary appointed as the deputy face, but now he has been given the reign of the chief ministerial position, and you have the visuals, Amrita, on your screens of the first BJP chief minister for Bihar, and the live visuals that we are getting our viewers from Lok Bhavan in Patna. So apart from chief minister, 2 deputy chief minister positions will also be announced, where we are getting to know that JDU leaders Vijay Kumar Chaudhary and Bijendra Prasad Yadav will be sworn in as deputy chief ministers, and reports also suggesting that initially there will be an announcement of a very small cabinet, but after that we can see a likely expansion taking place in the coming month, in fact in next month. Earlier we also saw how BJP MLAs in fact reposed their faith in Samrat Chaudhary as their party leader in presence of senior party leaders. We also saw a presence of Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who also reposed his faith on Samrat Chaudhary. Remember, a very, very important political shift taking place in Bihar. This is the first time that a BJP face will be at the helm in Bihar, taking over the chief ministerial position. We have earlier seen visuals of Nitish Kumar's exit, the longest serving chief minister exiting Bihar as the chief minister. He in fact began his final day in office by paying tribute to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, and these are the visuals that we're getting you, Amrita, from Lok Bhavan in Patna. Live visuals in a short while from now. Samrat Chaudhary will be taking oath of office as the chief minister, new BJP chief minister for Bihar, and you have in fact Samrat Chaudhary greeting people who have gathered there to show their support to him as the new face in Bihar. Remember, he earlier won the elections as well, Samrat Chaudhary, and was again appointed as the deputy to Nitish Kumar, but after his exit and after him taking oath as Rajya Sabha MP, he has now been given the reign of the chief minister face, and you have Nitish Kumar. In fact, you can see in the visuals how Nitish Kumar has full support in fact, Samrat Chaudhary has full support of Nitish Kumar in the visuals, very evident. But this ceremony that we'll see taking place in a short while now, we'll see the presence of BJP President Nitin Nabin. JP Nadu will also be there. Remember, Chirag Paswan also earlier commented he will also be present, and Jitan Ram Manjhi will also be seen. So a flurry of union ministers will be present at the oath-taking ceremony at Lok Bhavan in Patna, and 2 deputy leaders will also be sworn in. Deputy Chief Ministers, JDU leaders Vijay Kumar Chaudhary and Bijendra Prasad Yadav. A small cabinet we are anticipating will be announced, but after that in the coming month we'll see more announcements of births taking place. Now remember, he earlier met Governor Syed Atta Hasnain to stake claim to form the government, and the transition, in fact, Amrita, was formalized at a meeting that took place between the NDA MLAs, where we saw how the Bihar Assembly Speaker Prem Kumar announced that all the legislators had unanimously backed Chaudhary as their leader. So all the NDA MLAs, the coalition party MLAs, have their support for Samrat Chaudhary as the new face, the new CM face in Bihar. So BJP MLAs essentially choosing Chaudhary as their party leader. Of course, we are going to see a presence of senior party leaders JP Nadda, Chirag Paswan, Nitin Nabin as well. And this is going to be a shift. What sort of a legacy he will leave behind is still to be seen. But this is going to be a fresh start for BJP in the state. Remember earlier, a lot of people have been talking about how BJP is a secondary to JDU and BJP only wins because of JDU. But now BJP's leader Samrat Chaudhary have been backed by Nitish Kumar and now he is at the helm. So of course we'll see what sort of policies he's going to implement in the state, which is ridden by multiple issues, Amrita. Remember last elections we were talking about unemployment, in fact illegal migration issues and a lot of issues related to labours of the state, and now we have a new face in power. Remember Nitish Kumar also had a great legacy behind him. He in fact launched multiple infrastructure projects in the state, and now we have a new face, a BJP chief ministerial face in Bihar, and these are the live visuals we are getting you from Lok Bhavan in Patna. Also would like to tell our viewers a little bit about Samrat Chaudhary, who in fact began his political career with RJD before joining BJP in 2017. So he was with RJD and then he joined BJP in 2017, had long been seen as a frontrunner for the chief ministerial post after Nitish Kumar in fact signaled his move to Rajya Sabha. So when he said that he is going to in fact swan in and will be filing his nomination for the Rajya Sabha ministerial position. Of course, a lot of his speculations were going around as to who will be the new face, and now we have the new face, in fact, in power, and soon Samrat Chaudhary will be taking oath as the new face, as a new chief ministerial face in the state of Bihar, and we have the live visuals of Lok Bhavan, and in a short while from now, Amrita, at about 10:50 a.m., we'll see that oath-taking ceremony taking place, where in fact Governor Saidata Hasnain will administer the oath of office to Samrat Chaudhary. And these are the live visuals that we are getting you from straight from Lok Bhavan, Patna. A lot of action was also seen at the BJP headquarters located in Bihar. Of course, a lot of preparations have been going on. A lot of NDA leaders have gathered to in fact witness this historic moment. Samrat Chaudhary being in fact donned by a lot of shawls by his supporters and given flower bouquets as well, as you can see in the visuals that we are playing out for our viewers to see. And we have now live visuals of Lok Bhavan in Patna, where you can see Samrat Chaudhary and a lot of people gathered there in his support. And in a short while, Governor Saidata Hasnain will administer the oath of office to Samrat Chaudhary. So historic moment in the politics of Bihar.
Yes, in fact, Hina, that's a very detailed analysis
these are the
and
full-frame
inputs
visuals that we are getting you from Lok Bhavan. Of course, we have our reporters as well on ground who will be joining us shortly to get us more details on this. But all right, I have, in fact, BJP leader Ajay Alok on the phone line to, in fact, talk a little bit about this. Ajay Alok, this is a historic moment as far as Bihar politics is concerned. Now, of course, BJP is at the helm, and we are playing out those visuals. What is your first reaction as Samrat Chaudhary is all set to take oath of office shortly?
This is a moment of joy for Bihar, and this is a moment of joy for the people of the whole country, and especially for the Bharatiya Janata Party, because for the first time, the BJP chief minister is going to be there, and under the supervision and guidance from Nitish Kumar, which is also historic. So overall, it's a very win-win situation for the NDA, and it's a most pleasurable day.
Absolutely, Ajay Alok, and this is a historic moment, and we have also seen visuals. In fact, Shivraj Singh Chauhan is also present there. A lot of NDA leaders in support of Samrat Chaudhary. Of course, first question that will be asked is like, what sort of a policy change we can see on ground taking place as now BJP is going to be in command. Of course, there were earlier questions also, Ajay Alok, that BJP is only secondary to JDU. So, of course, an answer there on the part of the coalition party as well.
Well, we are a coalition, and the policies are always made in consultation with each other. So there's no question of change in any policy. The implementation of the policy and the new policy like industrialization of Bihar, like generating more and more employment in Bihar, creating more job opportunities, maintaining strict law and order, each and everything will be a priority for the BJP government, that what BJP has prioritized in all its states. So definitely it's going to be a big push. And secondly, and the foremost important thing, that all the investors of the whole world now knows that BJP is in Bihar under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. So Bihar will be a new investment destination for them.
Absolutely. And Ajay Alok, in fact, in a short while now, we'll see that ceremony taking place. And of course, this is a historic moment as Nitish Kumar ends the tenure after 2 decades. And Nitish Kumar had a grassroots level connectivity. Do you think that Samrat Chaudhary will be able to connect with the people of Bihar in the manner that Nitish Kumar was able to do?
Samrat Chaudhary is already connected to the people of Bihar, not only Samrat Chaudhary, but his whole family. His father has been 7 times MLA and MP. It's a political family and they are connected to the grassroots. Otherwise, for the last 50 years, his father, he himself they have been becoming MLC, MLA, MP. It's not possible if you're not connected to the grassroots. In fact, the whole people of Bihar are rejoicing that yes, their Gullu has become the CM. Samrat nickname is Gullu. So the Gullu has become the chief minister. So it's a very happy moment for everyone.
To take a moment and reflect on the legacy that Nitish Kumar has left in the state of Bihar. He was a stalwart leader and of course a lot of people in fact reacted when he announced that he's going to be filing nominations from Rajya Sabha. A lot of people were heartbroken because he had that sort of a connectivity. So if you can take a moment and reflect on the legacy left behind by Nitish Kumar.
See, it's always a time. There's always a time when people take their decision, and it's not a simple decision, and it has to be taken by people themselves. No one else can take a decision for themselves. We all know old leaves are replaced by the new ones, and it's a natural phenomenon. So Nitish Kumar, being a mature politician, he's sensible enough to God that yes, now the time has come to give the reins in other experienced arms, and that's what he has done. And I think it's a right move, and Nitish Kumar has not retired from politics. He's in a Rajya Sabha. He's looking after the center politics. And under his guidance, the whole NDA government will function. So it's a win-win situation for everyone.
Absolutely, Ajay Alok. And last question from my side. Who do you think will have, as in the cabinet, we are getting reports that there'll be a small cabinet and in the next month?
Well, the party top leader, they will take a call on it. And all the efficient and young faces, all social composition, everything will be taken care of. And the new cabinet will come up in the full effective form. Because see, currently, we are undergoing with this Tamil Nadu and West Bengal polls. Most of the people in Bihar, they were in Bengal, we had to call them. So once all this settles on 27th, after that, everybody will sit and take a call. And within 2-3 days, everything will be done.
Yes, in fact, Mr. Ajay, this is Amrita speaking to you from the studio. Now, we are seeing that 2 JDU members have also been appointed as the Deputy Chief Ministers. And with the expansion of the cabinet soon to take place in a few weeks, in fact, or within a month, are we going to see more of a BJP and JDU alliance, or what is the composition that will take place for the new Samrat Chaudhary cabinet?
Well, it has all been decided, and the cabinet, the new cabinet from the BJP and the JDU will come up in place. And their face and their number, everything will be decided by the party's top high command in consultation with everyone. And definitely we will try and give Bihar a very balanced cabinet with an able chief minister who is able to perform. The whole idea is perform, reform, and transform, nothing else.
after Nitish Kumar bowed out and went into the national stage as the Rajya Sabha MP. And you can see their preparations already underway. The governor has arrived in Lok Bhavan in Patna. The swearing-in was scheduled for 11 a.m. and it's going to take place in just a few minutes from now. And this is a big electoral change, a political change in Bihar, with BJP claiming that this is the first BJP chief minister in the post of a chief minister in Bihar. And in fact, Nitish Kumar had a very long, illustrious reign as the Bihar's chief minister, recently won the elections in a very resounding manner. And now, before that, Samrat Chaudhary was the deputy chief minister and now being elevated as the chief minister of Bihar. We are seeing that 2 more JDU members.
मनोनीत श्री सम्राट चौधरी से अनुरोध है कि मंच पर पधार कर पद एवं गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण करने की कृपा करें। इसको आगे कर दो, थोड़ा आगे कर।
मैं सम्राट चौधरी
ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं बिहार राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धा पूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। Oath of secrecy. मैं सम्राट चौधरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि जो विषय बिहार राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के समयक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो। मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय, कृपया माननीय मंत्रीगण मनोनीत के नियुक्ति संबंधी आदेश को पढ़ने की अनुमति दी जाए। राज्यपाल सचिवालय बिहार, दिनांक 14 अप्रैल 2026। आदेश। बिहार के राज्यपाल संविधान के अनुच्छेद 164(1) द्वारा प्रदत्त शक्तियों का प्रयोग करते हुए मुख्यमंत्री की सलाह पर निम्नांकित व्यक्तियों को बिहार राज्य का मंत्री एवं मंत्रिपरिषद का सदस्य नियुक्त करते हैं। श्री विजय कुमार चौधरी, श्री विजेंद्र प्रसाद यादव, गोपाल मीना राज्यपाल के सचिव।
माननीय मंत्री मनोनीत श्री विजय कुमार चौधरी से अनुरोध है कि मंच पर पधार कर पद एवं गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण करने की कृपा करें।
मैं कहूँगा आपकी बातों पर।
मैं विजय कुमार चौधरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं बिहार राज्य के मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान एवं विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा।
Oath of secrecy. Oath of secrecy.
मैं विजय कुमार चौधरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय बिहार राज्य के मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
मुबारक हो।
माननीय मंत्री मनोनीत श्री विजेंद्र।
All right, so this is a historic day for Bihar. Samrat Chaudhary takes oath.
शपथ ग्रहण करने की कृपा करें।
Samrat Chaudhary has taken oath as the new Chief Minister of Bihar. All right, the Deputy Chief Ministers are taking oath. Let's listen in. Vijay Kumar Chaudhary has taken oath as the Deputy Chief Minister from JDU. Now, the next one.
माइक थोड़ा।
मैं विजेंद्र प्रसाद यादव सत्यनिष्ठा से प्रतिज्ञान करता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत के प्रभुत्व और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं बिहार राज्य के मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों को श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या देश द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा।
Oath of secrecy.
मैं विजेंद्र प्रसाद यादव सत्यनिष्ठा से प्रतिज्ञान करता हूं कि जो विषय बिहार राज्य के मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
Two Deputy Chief Ministers from JDU and one Chief Minister from the Bharatiya Janata Party, that is Samrat Chaudhary. Now it's a historic day for Bihar, a very big change, a historic development in Bihar after Nitish era ends, after a very long time. One of the longest serving Chief Ministers of Bihar, who was Nitish Kumar, has now moved on to Rajya Sabha, and now we have a new Chief Minister for Bihar, that is Samrat Chaudhary, and also the two Deputy Chief Ministers right now. Whom you're seeing on your screen is the Deputy Chief Minister, this is Vijendra Prasad Yadav. He's one of the longest serving ministers in Bihar. He's one of the veteran socialist leader, and he's known to be a key pillar of the JDU party, and he's also close to Nitish in this case. He's an MLA from Supaul region, Kosi belt, held that position for decades, that portfolio, that constituency for decades. He held multiple portfolios. He held energy department, water resources, flood control and irrigation, and he has a very strong influence. So you have very strong leaders taking oaths. So two Deputy Chief Ministers on your screens and the new Chief Minister of Bihar. You can clearly feel the vibe, the way everybody is happy with the shift, because you'll be having two Deputy Chief Ministers from the JDU right now, and this is Samrat Chaudhary, the new Chief Minister of Bihar. On your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the two Deputy Chief Ministers include Vijay Kumar Chaudhary, who's a senior JDU leader, who's also a close aide of Nitish Kumar. So, indirectly, there will be influence of Nitish and the senior close associates and the close aides of Nitish will be in the government, in the ruling government, because as they say, nobody is calling it as a change of the leadership, but they're saying it is indeed an NDA leadership that is continuing. On your screen, visuals after the oath-taking ceremony has taken place. This is the new Chief Minister of Bihar, Samrat Chaudhary, on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. The first BJP Chief Minister after a very long time, Bihar getting a new Chief Minister, and that to a BJP Chief Minister. No matter what the coalition was earlier, there always was one Chief Minister earlier, which was Nitish Kumar, and now we have a change in the face of the top leadership right now. now on the screens. Now, we must never forget that Samrat Chaudhary is the one who had earlier taken a vow that he will not remove his pagdi, his turban, until and unless he removes Nitish Kumar from the position of Chief Minister. And now you can clearly see that he has become the Chief Minister and the Nitish era is also over. No matter the transition, it was a very soft, smooth transition, but Samrat Chaudhary, he was the strongest leader BJP had in Bihar, and now he has become the Chief Minister of Bihar. After the oath-taking ceremony, live visuals are coming in on your screens from Lok Bhawan, Patna. Historic development, historic day for the citizens of Bihar. There will be key challenges ahead for the BJP leadership also, but it was quite evident even as we begin with the portfolios that were assigned even in the new coalition between the BJP and the Nitish government, that is the JDU, because he's holding key portfolios, the urban development, housing, Panchayati Raj Department, public health, engineering, animal and fisheries, resources, finance department, and also most important, which is the home ministry, it's home department, which is also holding additional and temporary charge of that. So a key development, key change, and very big development for the politics, for the governance of Bihar. Samrat Chaudhary on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, along with the two deputy chief ministers who are from JDU, senior leaders, veteran leaders of the JDU on your screens. Ladies and gentlemen, you have on your screens, as you can see, two deputy chief ministers. One is Vijay Kumar Chaudhary, senior JDU leader, who is a close aide of Nitish Kumar, and he is among the most trusted faces in Bihar politics in JDU, and the coalition goes on. There is a transition in power, but it is indeed an NDA government that continues. You are seeing a new Samrat of Bihar, a new king of Bihar, that is Samrat Chaudhary. Samrat takes over as the chief minister of Bihar. And we have Vijay Kumar Chaudhary on the left side, standing as the deputy chief minister, close aide of Nitish Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, among the most trusted faces in Bihar politics. And he is an MLA from Samastipur, Sarai Ranjan. He held key cabinet roles, finance ministry, education ministry, parliamentary affairs, and he is very close to Nitish, one of the most trusted faces, known for clean image and the administrative grip that he holds, and a strong hold over a critical vote bank and governance credibility vote bank when it comes to the Deputy Chief Minister's post also, and seen as policy-oriented, low profile, but a very powerful leader. So you have three very powerful leaders on the screen after the oath-taking ceremony has taken place. Live visuals coming from Lok Bhawan, Patna, Bihar. A change, a transition in Bihar, which was supposed to happen, which was bound to happen, and eventually it happened. A very smooth transition. It took a long time. But since it was the demand of the BJP workers that they wanted a BJP leader to be in charge, to be leading the government, however, it was always Nitish Kumar who was the face in all governments, in all coalitions, whether it be RJD or whether it be BJP. Nitish was always known as the coalition maker, the king maker, and by himself being the king only. And he was always the leader. He always remained as the chief minister of Bihar. And now there has been a very smooth transition, though there were presumptions. Everybody was thinking that might be that the son of Nitish Kumar might become deputy chief minister. But now we have two deputy chief ministers from.
And our viewers, we are shifting our focus from Bihar to Punjab now, where we are getting a big breaking news that the Enforcement Directorate, ED, is carrying out searches under FEMA at 10 locations in Gurugram and Jalandhar. Now, ED's Delhi unit is covering a Lovely Professional University, TETR College of Business, Masters Union College of Business, and Aam Aadmi Party MP Ashok Mittal's premises. Now, all institutions belonging to Lovely University Group are now being raided by Enforcement Directorate. The searches are linked to an ongoing FEMA probe. Premises covered include Lovely Professional University in Jalandhar, College of Business and Masters Union College of Business in Gurugram, and the residences of Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Ashok Mittal. Now, all the three institutions are part of the same group, Lovely University Group. So this is a big news that we are covering this morning as ED is raiding several premises owned by Ashok Mittal, who is the owner of Lovely Group. Now, his business entities are being allegedly linked to Foreign Exchange Management Act violations. I have my colleague Shravan joining us live from newsroom. Shravan, this is a big update. He was earlier being put in place as Aam Aadmi Party's Rajya Sabha deputy leader, and now days after that we have in fact ED carrying out raids on multiple locations belonging to him as he's the owner of Lovely Group.
Well, in fact, Hira, this is part of a larger education scam that has been unearthed by the Enforcement Directorate. Not just limited to Lovely Professional University, but there are two other universities who have been providing new age advanced courses. It turns out that this is not under, as far as UGC is concerned, there is a UGC violation to begin with, and that is the reason why this investigation is being carried out. The other important reason that has been highlighted by my sources within the Enforcement Directorate is the fact that Lovely Professional University has been providing courses to NRIs. In the process, while collecting fees from them, there appears to be a violation there too in terms of declaration. They haven't made the necessary declaration under the Foreign Exchange Management Authority Act. Now, that is the reason why perhaps the Enforcement Directorate has also stepped in. The other important aspect is that lakhs of students apparently have been duped by these universities. When I spoke to a source of mine, the indication that I got was the fact that there have been multiple complaints that have essentially come in from the students, where they have largely spoken about the fact that despite non-compliance of the rules of UGC, these universities have been carrying out what have been seen as large-scale marketing. They've carried out these marketing, duping the students, and finally no certification has been given to those students, and that is the reason why the Enforcement Directorate has basically stepped in. The other thing that we can confirm right now, that this is not a PMLA case that has been registered by the Enforcement Directorate. This is nothing to do with money laundering as we understand, but this is largely to do with foreign exchange violation that has taken place.
Of course, Shravan, so this is not just about violations of the FEMA Act, but also playing around with the lives of students. Would like to ask you, where did these students in fact lodge their complaints?
Well, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate can only take up a case when there is a predicate offence, which would essentially mean that the state police in the beginning must have actually filed an FIR. That clarity hasn't come in as yet because, this case, in fact, this is for the first time that searches are being carried out in this particular case, and started a little after 7 o'clock this morning when searches have been carried out at 10 locations. But as I understand right now, it is basically based on multiple complaints that have been received by the Enforcement Directorate and the fact that there is already a predicate offence in this matter.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shravan, for getting us all the latest developments in this very important case that we're covering this morning, where ED has in fact raided multiple locations belonging to the owner of Lovely Group, Ashok Mittal we are talking about. But don't go anywhere, viewers, slipping into a short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up, more details emerge in TCS grooming gang scandal in Nasik, where top executive implicated in case allegedly linked to Delhi blast accused Shaheen. And Maharashtra teen arrested for sexually abusing and circulating objectionable photos and videos of minor girls.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी मनी मनी मनी एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first.
At 12 p.m. on This Is Exclusive, we have details of the TCS grooming gang and whether one of the main accused, Nida Khan, the face of the grooming gang scandal at TCS, was linked to Red Fort blast accused terror doctor Shaheen. Is there a link? And were they both reporting to an external agency? The story is getting bigger and we have the details at 12 p.m.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used.
And viewers, we are getting in fact live visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Mandya in Karnataka, where he's all set to inaugurate a temple in the state of Karnataka. And in fact, he's going to inaugurate Sri Guru Bhairvake Mandir at Mandya in Karnataka, and it will also see a boost in infrastructure, including the Yellow Line Metro and new Vande Bharat trains. This is the schedule as per the information that we have, and you have the visuals from Mandya in Karnataka, where in fact Prime Minister Narendra Modi is at the Sri Guru Bhairvake Mandir in Mandya.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan.
At 12 p.m. on This Is Exclusive, we have details of the TCS grooming gang and whether one of the main accused, Nida Khan, the face of the grooming gang scandal at TCS, was linked to Red Fort blast accused terror doctor Shaheen. Is there a link? And were they both reporting to an external agency? The story is getting bigger and we have the details at 12 p.m.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and our top focus will be Samrat Chaudhary, who has taken oath as the new Chief Minister of Bihar. We'll get you the details of this story and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. ED raids Aam Aadmi Party MP Ashok Mittal. ED claims raids linked to foreign collaborations. Sources say fees from NRIs being investigated. Minutes after Aam Aadmi Party MP was raided, Kejriwal and Punjab Chief Minister says BJP has begun election work. Bihar gets its first BJP Chief Minister. Samrat Chaudhary takes oath as Bihar Chief Minister. Now more details emerge in TCS grooming gang scandal. Top executive implicated in case allegedly linked to Delhi blast accused. That is Shaheen. Maharashtra teen arrested for sexually abusing and circulating objectionable photos and videos of minor girls. Trump once again attacks NATO, says NATO wasn't there for and won't be there for US in the future. US CENTCOM claims US blockade fully implemented halts 90% of Iran's sea trade in under 36 hours. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a very big breaking news development that we are getting right now. This is about ED action. The Enforcement Directorate has raided the residence and farmhouse of Aam Aadmi Party leader, Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Ashok Mittal, who was recently appointed deputy leader in Rajya Sabha, replacing Raghav Chadda. Now, raids are underway at more than 8 to 9 locations, which includes Gurugram, Punjab, Jalandhar. Now, covering the MP's premises, his son's premises, and lovely professional university, which is being run by the Mittal family, which is being run by Ashok Mittal. Now, the ED action is linked to alleged financial irregularities detected within the institution. Now, ED teams have also reached the university premises. The investigation is on right now as we speak. The Enforcement Directorate has raided the residence and the farmhouse of Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Ashok Mittal, who was recently appointed deputy leader in Rajya Sabha, replacing Raghav Chadda. Raids are underway at 8 to 9 locations, including Gurugram and Punjab, and in Jalandhar, covering the MP's premises, his son's premises, and lovely professional university, which is being run by the Mittal family, which is being run by Ashok Mittal. Now, ED action is linked to alleged financial irregularities, which has been detected within the institutions. Now, ED teams have also reached the university premises. So it's part of the investigation which is happening right now. The residence of Ashok Mittal is being raided. More than 8 to 9 locations are being raided by Enforcement Directorate. Now, there is an angle of foreign money which is coming in, the angle of FEMA here, which needs to be investigated right now. Enforcement Directorate conducts raids at 8 to 10 locations linked to Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Ashok Kumar Mittal, including his farmhouse, his residence, properties related to his son, and premises of LPU, that is Lovely Professional University in Jalandhar, and educational institutions in Gurugram run by him. All right, viewers, there is an update on the story. The Enforcement Directorate is carrying out searches under FEMA. Under FEMA, ladies and gentlemen, at 10 locations in Gurugram and Jalandhar. ED's Delhi unit is covering Lovely Professional University, TETR College of Business, Masters Union College of Business, and Aam Aadmi Party MP Ashok Mittal's premises, his residence, and various residences of the family members of the Mittal family in this case, ladies and gentlemen. Big development here. Enforcement Directorate is carrying out searches under FEMA at 10 locations, 8 to 10 locations. It's updated to 10 locations in Gurugram and includes Jalandhar also. ED's Delhi unit is covering a Lovely Professional University, TETR College of Business, Masters Union College of Business, and Aam Aadmi Party MP Ashok Mittal's premises. All institutions belong to the Lovely Professional University Group, that is the LPU Group, Lovely University Group. The searches are linked to an ongoing FEMA probe. Now, premises covered include Lovely Professional University in Jalandhar, TETR College of Business, and Masters Union College of Business in Gurugram, and the residence of Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP, Deputy Leader Ashok Mittal. All three institutions are part of the same group, Lovely University Group. Happening right now. Raids are going on at 8 to 10 locations. Multiple raids at multiple places linked to Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP, that is Ashok Kumar Mittal. All right. We have our Deputy Executive Editor, Shravan, who is joining us from the newsroom. Shravan, there has been a lot of updates in the entire story. Now, this, as we speak, falls under the category of a FEMA. If you can put this into perspective and break it down for our viewers in detail, Shravan.
Well, in fact, Shivam, these details we can just put out right now. Further confirmation now coming in as the investigation has gained some momentum right now. In fact, part of a larger education scam that is being probed by the Enforcement Directorate, at least 4 universities are now under the scanner. 2 of them happen to be these new advanced courses which have been provided by these universities, and they are not complying with the UGC norms. Apart from that, as far as Lovely Professional University is concerned, they are largely looking at funds that have basically come in from NRI candidates. Now, what we are not very sure at this point in time is that the nature of the violation that the Enforcement Directorate is looking at. But having said that, since it comes under the FEMA, which is basically a foreign exchange violation, what we are being told is that the Enforcement Directorate is looking at a period of roughly about 2 to 3 years right now, in between where they have received funds coming in from these NRI candidates, and the fact that they were basically diverted to. At this stage, the Enforcement Directorate has been a little tight-lipped given the fact that this is the first batch of searches that are being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate, and it is not linked to just one university, but multiple universities and multiple locations. At least 10 places where these searches are also being carried out. We are not very sure at this stage whether Ashok Mittal's statement is being recorded, or for that matter, the Enforcement Directorate has been able to locate Ashok Mittal, because as per the procedure, when the searches are basically carried out by the Enforcement Directorate, a Panchnama is also done by the Enforcement Directorate, and it would largely be in the presence of those who have come under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate.
All right, Shravan, thanks a lot for the details in this story. So, lots of updates happening, and this falls under the category of a FEMA. All right, viewers, we have another big breaking news development that we are getting right now. The Supreme Court, ladies and gentlemen, the Supreme Court stays the 1-week transit bail which has been granted to Congress leader Pawan Khera. Very big development coming in, big breaking news development from the Supreme Court, and it's related to Pawan Khera. The transit bail granted to Congress leader has been by the Supreme Court. Latest update in this story, big development happening here. Latest update. Pawan Khera's transit bail, the Supreme Court stays the 1-week transit bail which has been granted to Congress leader Pawan Khera. Big breaking news development coming in from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court today stayed the order passed by the Telangana High Court granting transit anticipatory bail to Congress leader Pawan Khera in connection with an FIR registered by the Assam police on Assam CM Hemanta Biswa Sarma's wife, that is Rinki Bhuya Sharma, over Khera's allegations that she held multiple passports of different countries. A bench of Justice J.K. Maheshwari and Justice Atul S. Chandukar passed the interim order while issuing notice on the petition filed by the state of Assam against the High Court's order. So it's a big setback for Pawan Khera. Now, Supreme Court stays the order passed by Telangana High Court. All right. We have Sarthak with us for more details on the story. Sarthak, it's a very big setback for Pawan Khera. What more details do you have?
Yes, Shivam, today the Supreme Court has put a stay on the order that was passed by Telangana High Court a few days ago, where an anticipatory transit bail was granted to Pawan Khera. Just to remind the viewers, some time ago, an FIR was filed by Hemanta Biswa Sarma's wife against Pawan Khera, and the press conference that he held against her, alleging that she happens to have passports of different countries, Egypt, and there were 2 other countries that were mentioned. The FIR mentioned charges included defamation, there was forgery, there was criminal conspiracy, against which the Assam police reached to Pawan Khera's residence to question him regarding the same. However, it was found out that Pawan Khera was not present at his Delhi residence. Later, it was found out that he had fled to Telangana. He was in Hyderabad. Yeah. And then against such investigation, Pawan Khera filed a transit anticipatory bail in the Telangana High Court, and arguments took place, and then the Telangana High Court passed an order in favor of Pawan Khera, and then against which the Assam government reached to Supreme Court to set aside the order that was passed by Telangana High Courts. The arguments that were placed on record by the Assam government is that he lives in Delhi. The case was filed in Assam. If he was to file an anticipatory bail, he should have done that either in Delhi and or in Assam. There was no reason for him to file such an anticipatory transit bill in Telangana High Court. So for now, what we know of, Supreme Court has completely set aside the Telangana High Court anticipatory transit bill order, and Supreme Court has also asked Pawan Khera to file a reply to the petition filed by the Assam government in the Supreme Court, and he has been given 3 weeks to do that. However, the Supreme Court has also allowed Pawan Khera to file an anticipatory bail application in the Assam High Court because the case was filed in Assam, the FIR was registered in Assam. The FIR included various provisions of IPC. There was criminal conspiracy, there was forgery involved, there was defamation was the primary thing that was mentioned in the FIR. Now Pawan Khera is in a complicated predicament, and now he has to file a reply within 3 weeks, and he has also been granted an allowance to file an anticipatory bail in Assam. How this case will further go ahead and what will transpire in the courts, this is only time will tell. Back to you, Shivam.
Yeah, definitely. This means there is a possibility of arrest now. There will be more challenges, more difficulties for Pawan Khera. He was trying for an anticipatory bail, which was given by the Telangana High Court in this case. Now, Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma and his family moved to Supreme Court, and now there's a stay on the anticipatory bail, which was given by the Telangana court. A big setback for Pawan Khera. The Supreme Court today has stayed the order passed by the Telangana High Court, granting him transit anticipatory bail to Congress leader Pawan Khera in connection with an FIR that was registered by Assam police on Assam CM Hemanta Biswa Sarma's wife. A comment on Rinki Bhuiyan Sharma over Khera's allegation that she held multiple passports of different countries. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, what began as a workers' protest is now being investigated as a possible conspiracy. Explosive visuals, digital chats and eyewitness accounts suggest that this may not have been spontaneous, but a coordinated attempt to trigger violence. A Republic investigation has uncovered chilling details from mobilization in chats to instructions for violence, with police now probing a larger network. Now, the big question, who was really behind the chaos in Noida?
Hours after their demands were met, the rioting continued in parts of Delhi NCR. Wearing a mask, storming through the gates of companies, it was clear that this was not a protest, but a well-planned conspiracy.
Massive protest erupts in Noida on the second day of the workers' protest as they demand for the salary increment and the wage hike. And during this, several violence incidents have been reported in Noida itself, including the Sector 121 and Sector 83. In this incident, several police officials got injured, and along with 2 police officials got severe head injuries in this violence incidents, and the strict action regarding them will be taken by the police who are involved in vandalizing the police vehicles and the public property. And apart from this, the high-level committee which was made by the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has also increased the wage for the skilled labours, unskilled labours and the semi-skilled labours, and all their demands are met. Another major update in the story is that a high-level committee which was formed by UP CM Yogi Adityanath, they have raised the wages of the workers, including the skilled, semi-skilled and the unskilled labour. and now they have claimed that the protesters are happy with.
We have another big breaking news development that we are fetching in an FIR registered by the Noida police. Now, two RJD spokesperson, that is Kanchana Yadav and Priyanka Bharti, have been named as accused number 1 and number 2. The riot toolkit in Delhi NCR. RJD's role emerges in the riot toolkit. FIR names the two RJD leaders. Very big development, significant development. Police names RJD leaders for spreading misleading video, for instigating the mob, the crowd in this case. Severe action should be taken against such people, because there was a riot-like situation, violence in the entire Delhi NCR, in the capital region, the NCR region, National Capital Region. Now, in an FIR registered by Noida Police, two RJD spokespersons, that is Kanchana Yadav and Priyanka Bharti, have been named as accused number 1 and accused number 2. This is the riot toolkit in Delhi NCR, and the name of RJD has emerged in this entire case. Two names, Kanchana Yadav also has surfaced in this case, and Priyanka Bharti. All right, we have Shambhavi with us for more details in the story. And now, Shambhavi, the NNFIR registered by Noida Police, two RJD spokespersons have been mentioned. If you can share more details on that, Shambhavi, over to you.
See, two names have come up, Kanchana Yadav and Priyanka Bharti, two prominent leaders of RJD, have been named as accused 1 and 2, the total people who've been arrested in the FIR. 7 FIRs have been filed in this case as of now, and more than 50 arrests have been made. And just to remind our viewers that this protest, which was done by the Noida labours, the labours especially of the phase 2 sections between sector 59 to 62, these were the labours who were involved in various factories and organizations. They were protesting against the late payment of their salary, the revision of their salary, that they were being paid very less, and they were protesting. So it was peaceful protest for 2 days, when suddenly the third day there was violence of some other level which was shown by those Noida protesters. There were arson involved, there was stone pelting involved, and there were a lot of other such violent activities being carried on for a whole entire day before there was, of course, police interference. So this turned violent. What made this entire protest, which was peaceful for 2 days, turn violent overnight? What was this shift in the mindset of the people? And that is when the police had accessed the phones of the ones who were arrested. There were several WhatsApp groups that have come up with different names, where they were seen that there were misinformation being spread on those WhatsApp groups. The people were being incited to commit violence. People were being forced, people were being manipulated to think that they have to become violent, and that is on account of which several people have been arrested. Kanchana Bharti and Kanchana Yadav and Priyanka Bharti, were named as one of the major accused number 1 and 2 in the FIR. And we know that the sections which are involved in the case, which includes spreading misinformation, trying to incite violence, create disturbance and disrupt the law and order. Apart from that, there are sections of information technology as well, act where that covers spreading misinformation using computer or such digital products. So all the relevant sections have been imposed on them as well. Back to you, Shivam.
Yeah, definitely. But these are senior leaders. They are the spokespersons of RJD, two of them, that is Archana Yadav and Priyanka Bharti. They both have a very strong followers, many followers in social media platforms, whether it be Facebook or Twitter. How directly were they involved? Were they part of the WhatsApp groups? Were they sending messages directly, or some sort of other information that you have on both of them? Because this means a party is involved, a national party that is RJD, which is involved in inciting the mob, the riot toolkit in Delhi NCR.
Definitely, that is a big revelation that the police, the UP police has managed to discover, and naming somebody accused number 1 and 2, that also is a major thing, because they're not just one of the accused, they're one of the major accused in this case, and that too spokesperson of a party, very prominent leaders, but there are claims being made that they were the ones who circulated the videos of some other place claiming that the video was of Noida. So there was misinformation being spread on the groups, and the people were being manipulated to incite violence, to disrupt the public law and order, which has created absolute chaos in Noida that day. There were so many cars which burned. So again, this is a very agitated state of the protest. Shivam.
All right, let's go to our Deputy Executive Editor, Shravan, who's joining us from the newsroom for more details. Shravan, it's a very big revelation. Two very senior leaders, which means from the RJD, which means the involvement of a very big party, that is the RJD, who's acting on behalf of the riot toolkit in Delhi NCR. What details, Shravan?
Well, in fact, this is one of the multiple FIRs that have been filed by the Noida police. I'll just put this here and take you through some of the details. In fact, some of the details that are emerging. I'll just request my camera person to come here and just quickly show you the copy of the FIR that has been lodged by the Noida police, in which they make a mention of two political leaders. Now, these two political leaders have been quite active. One happens to be Priyanka Bharti, and the second is Kanchan Yadav. Now, as per the first information report, Noida police is basically referring to the tweets that have been put out by Priyanka Bharti and Kanchan Yadav, and this was posted on the very day when the violence broke out. And what is it that they're basically indicating at? They're basically indicating at the fact that Kanchan Yadav as well as Priyanka Bharti have put out multiple fake videos. And this has basically led to amplifying what they believe is fake news being propagated. Now, in this particular FIR that you see, they're basically talking about the two posts that were put out, and in which they're indicating and they're asking others, workers, to come out in large numbers and to join the protests here. And this is again calling for anarchy, calling for protest against the government. Now, as far as this investigation goes, now RJD hasn't really put out any official statement as yet, but remember, it all started with certain labor unions going against private companies operating here in Noida, and they're saying that this was against the labor norms and the very fact that they were not being adequately paid to begin with. And the fact that Haryana government had basically increased the rate as far as in the unorganized sector is concerned, something that the Uttar Pradesh government did not, but at a later stage they did. But having said that, remember, there is always an indication. There's already an indication coming in from the district magistrate to begin with, and of course Noida Police Commissioner saying that these protests have been infiltrated and there are outside elements. So not to take away from the fact that this could have been a spontaneous protest that has taken place, but at the same time the possibility of infiltration, the possibility of external workers basically coming in and making most of the situation, taking full advantage of the situation, is something that cannot be ruled out at this stage.
Yeah, definitely. Very big names involved, and they have been named as the accused number 1 and accused number 2 in this case. Thanks a lot, Shravan, for the details, for the exclusive information that we have just shared with our viewers. Very big development here. The involvement of a very large political party, that is the RJD, and that too for inciting the mobs, and they're trying to cash on the sentiments of the protesters who are protesting in the Delhi NCR region. Seems to be a part of the entire toolkit, the riot toolkit, which led to violence in the entire Delhi NCR region, where many were protesting, and many with the covered faces came in the open with lathis in their hand, and also calling for others to bring mirchi powder, that is a chili powder, with them. All right, viewers. Now, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because there's a lot more lined up coming up after short commercial break. Maharashtra teen arrested for sexually abusing and circulating objectionable photos and videos of minor girls.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Director, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced.
At 12 p.m. on This Is Exclusive, we have details of the TCS grooming gang and whether one of the main accused, Nida Khan, the face of the grooming gang scandal at TCS, was linked to Red Fort blast accused terror doctor Shaheen. Is there a link? And were they both reporting to an external agency? The story is getting bigger, and we have the details at 12 p.m.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on the live report. It's 12 p.m. and on Republic, a story that we've been tracking for the last 4 days, getting you intricate details of what is now called the TCS grooming gang. We have exclusive details coming up on the show, ladies and gentlemen. The story is getting much more murkier. Investigation
is unraveling. Here are the headlines. More details emerge in the TCS grooming gang. One of the main accused in the case, called Nida Khan, is reportedly linked to the Red Fort blast accused Shaheen. More details on Republic. After Nasik, another similar case in Amravati. A youth arrested for sexually harassing almost 180 young girls in Maharashtra. ED raids Aam Aadmi Party MP Ashok Mittal, the man who replaced Raghav Chadha in Parliament. ED claims the raids are linked to the lovely professional university that Ashok Mittal runs. Minutes after Aam Aadmi Party MP is raided, Kejriwal and Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann say that the BJP has begun election work in Punjab. And Bihar gets its first BJP Chief Minister. Samrat Chaudhary takes over from Nitish Kumar. Two RJD leaders named in the NCR riot toolkit. Noida police FIR names RJD spokespersons Kanchana and Priyanka Bharti as accused after the riots broke out in Delhi NCR. Ladies and gentlemen, a deeper look at the grooming gang on one of India's largest software companies, TCS. A deeper look at the players, the accused, and new links are emerging. The HR head of this particular unit in Nasik, who's been identified as Nida Khan. Nida Khan has been called Lady Captain. She was referred to as Lady Captain. There are reports now that she is linked to the Delhi Red Fort blast mastermind, Terror Dr. Shaheen. Now, as we pick up these details, getting in details of how Nida and Shaheen had met in the national capital and were reportedly working for external networks. Not just that, there is another angle that we've accessed here on Republic TV. After they were groomed on the TCS campus, they were taken to a resort near Trimbakeshwar. And some of the CCTV visuals of this resort have also been accessed by the investigation teams. And the investigation teams claim that the footage reveals how the accused in this particular case made frequent visits to this particular resort. So employees at TCS, mostly women, were groomed on the TCS campus and then taken to a resort. And the role of Nida Khan, the kingpin, the linchpin to this entire grooming gang module, is linked to another terror accused called Shaheen. Now, what is the connection? HR, the lady on the right with the saffron hijab, that's HR head of TCS unit, Nida Khan. She's still absconding. Nobody knows where she is. She's reportedly linked to terror Dr. Shaheen, who was also investigated, arrested for the Red Fort blast. Nida had met the Red Fort blast mastermind Shaheen several times. And we are hearing that both knew each other over time. And Nida and Shaheen were reportedly working for external agencies. Now, what these agencies were, we don't know. But it appears to be a very, very deep network, because more people are stepping forward. More victims are coming forward. More complaints are being made in this particular case. Okay, let me go across to my colleague Revati joining us live from Nasik. But before that, I'll get a word from Vikram Singh. Dr. Vikram Singh is a former DGP joining us live. Dr. Vikram Singh, how did something like this happen, sir? If it was happening on campus as a former top cop, how would you respond to what TCS did not do? They have not responded to our questionnaire. Republic sent them a long questionnaire, about 8 to 10 questions. They have not responded. We are hearing that there were at least 14 victims. Last count, 14 victims this morning, could be much more, right? What are the implications of something like this happening and nobody reporting it, sir?
Good afternoon. This is much deeper and venomous than anybody would have anticipated till about 72 hours ago. The rot and the venom go much, much deeper. And to your first observation that there is a likelihood of Dr. Shaheen being an accomplice of Nida Khan, well, it is a distinct possibility. And my advice to the police officer would be to question the family members of both Dr. Shaheen and Nida, identify the call details and the email exchanges and other social media platforms. And I'm sure it can be worked out in the next 12 hours to what extent they were, the manner in which the Pakistan handlers work, they cultivate and groom their agents in this manner so that they have willing accessories who can perpetrate. The modus operandi is very common. I would say, to your wonderful observation that there is a possibility, I would say the modus operandi is very similar. I will not say anything, not a word about the resemblance about the dress sense, because it will be inappropriate. But as an investigator, these things do matter and everything is taken into account. Their commitment to the cause of furthering their own faith and also bullying people into submission also is on the same pattern. When the pattern is the same, the pedigree will also be the same. And when the pedigree is the same, let me assure you, you trace it back to Islamabad and also the Pak handlers. It is not absolutely fortuitous that one is able to penetrate into the wonderful structure of the TCS. And if they've been able to, obviously somebody else's brain and somebody else's training is at work, and that is the ISI and Pak handlers. Therefore, the manner in which they work in close secrecy, close user groups, close WhatsApp group, it has a distinct footprint and fingerprint of the ISI. And I would say the police have a job at hand. They did a wonderful job by infiltrating 7 policemen and doing the sting operation. And that operation has yielded results. And I would say Section 20 of the Makoka and the UAPA will now have to invoke so that those involved in this anti-national activities should be put behind bars so that they spend a lifetime behind bars. But the lessons drawn are very important. 10th November last year was almost as if it was yesterday. And today you have a branch operating from Nasik and also from Amravati. I also say it is Wipro and also Amazon. They need to be taken to task because entire systems of redressal of grievances and bringing up the depredations of the predators they fell on deaf ears and nothing was taken into account. I fail to understand why such a vibrant company failed to take the basic provisions of the POSH Act, Prevention of Sexual Harassment at Workplaces. This is something that was sacred and it is enjoined that you have a whistleblowers policy, you have a website that allows the female and any employee to put their cases with total anonymity. Obviously, nothing like this happened or was compromised. And if it was compromised as such a prestigious company, it was not accidental, it was not something but it was by design. And the design was fabricated and the blueprint was made in Islamabad.
In your experience as a policeman, sir, I'll just take a short answer from you and then go across to my colleague Revati. In your experience as someone who headed the police force in Uttar Pradesh, did you come across such modules where Pakistanis were directly handling such modules? Just asking for the public. If this is
very much. I have invested a lifetime questioning Pak agents, ISI agents, and this is exactly the same footprints of the pattern. And you have absolutely hit the nail on the head because the pattern is very similar. And I would be very surprised if it is not handled by ISI in Pakistan.
Okay. Let me get in a word from Revati, sir. I have some breaking news. Let me get in the breaking news first up. We had the accounts of at least 9 of these victims. Let me tell you that there are 3 more victims who are going on record. In fact, the number could increase. Hearing that 14 victims have now come forward. The TCS grooming gang scandal is getting bigger. 3 more victims have come forward. Victim count has now gone up to 14. The victim count is now up to 14. Now, I don't know how many more are there. Now, what are you hearing? Revati, who are these 3? Were they also sort of asked to stay quiet?
Right, as you rightly mentioned, the FIR numbers might increase because of, at first, there were 11 FIRs, 2 of forceful conversion and 9 of sexual assault. But now 3 more victims are coming up because the police were counseling them and they were in the pipeline. But also the recent development which Republic showed is that one of the victims was sexually assaulted and actually was raped in a resort near Trambakeshwar Road. And mind you, I am here at the resort right now nearby. As you can can see the area, it is very much a remote area, and you can see that no one can easily get to know that what exactly is happening here. I am at the resort where one of the victims was brought by 3 of the accused, and she was constantly raped by these people. Also, one of the accused who used to frequently come here was seen by the police in the CCTV footages as the SIT. As the SIT is currently scrutinizing all the CCTV footages, these are the exclusive visuals of the resort where one of the victim was brought, and currently all the CCTV footages are confiscated by the police and they are currently under scrutiny. Also, it is being checked that whether other victims were brought here and what exactly was happening here when the victims were brought here, and the accused, 3 of the accused, what exactly their role was there and what exactly happened. As you can see that this is a very remote place and no one can easily get to know. This is a state highway road, and as you can see that people here are nowhere to be found because there's just one outhouse here and just one person available here, and you have to actually walk a half a kilometer inside or 1 kilometer inside, then only you can get into the resort. So as you can see, it's a very remote place. No one knows that what exactly happened with that very victim. Police are investigating the matter. Today at around 2:30 p.m. all the accused will be presented before the court. Also Ashwini Chenani, who is the operation manager, will be presented. She is the most important accused because she didn't take the cognizance of this very matter. So it will be important to see that what happens in hearing today. Over to you.
Yeah, but what is the role of this resort? Is it one victim who was taken there or several victims were taken there? Have you tried speaking to the resort owners, asking them some questions? The police claims that there is CCTV. So break this down for us.
One of the victims, just one of the victims was brought here. According to the primary information of the police, it says that only one victim was brought here by 3 of the accused, and they gang raped here. They gang raped them here, and it is not known that for how many times she was brought here. Just one of the victim. Also, according to the police sources, it is confirmed that one of the accused used to come here frequently. But with the same victim or with multiple victims or with multiple girls, it is not yet established. But as of now, we have information that this is the very resort where all these victims got, where all these accused, brought a victim here and they gang raped her. So what exactly role was played here or what exactly happened at the resort, this will be only, this will come to the light only after the investigation of these CCTV footages which are currently confiscated, which are currently recovered by the SIT. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Revati, in fact, stay with us. We have another story coming in from Amravati. Dr. Vikram Singh, thank you for joining us. The story is developing, so we'll connect once again. Not just Nasik. In Amravati, there is a story that we've been reporting on this morning. In Amravati, the police have made an arrest, a second arrest, in a case where a few youth lured 180 to 200 victims, young girls, and shot obscene videos with them, shot photos with them, and then used it to blackmail these victims. We are hearing that the investigation has also shown that these particular youth downloaded videos from the mobile phone of the prime accused and also subsequently posted them on social media. So they lured young girls, shot videos, and then uploaded it on social media, blackmailed them. Their names are out. Uzair Khan is one of those arrested today in Amravati. He's been taken into custody. He's being currently interrogated and scheduled to be produced before the court.
मैं सैयद मुजीब एमआईएम अमरावती जिला अध्यक्ष 2-4 रोज से परतवाड़ी के शेख आयान की कुछ अश्लील फोटोज और वीडियोस सोशल मीडिया पर और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मीडिया पर वायरल हो चुकी है, जिसकी वजह से उसकी कंप्लेंट हुई है। पुलिस प्रशासन अपना काम कर रही है, उसको अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है। लेकिन अभी मैंने देखा कि कुछ न्यूज चैनल्स पे बताया जा रहा है कि वो एमआईएम पार्टी का पदाधिकारी है और कार्यकर्ता है। नगर परिषद अचलपुर के इलेक्शन के दरमियान में उसको सोशल मीडिया संभालने के लिए हमारे वहां के तालुका अध्यक्ष शेख आदिल साहब ने उसको मीडिया प्रभारी बनाए थे, लेकिन पूरे इलेक्शन के दरमियान में उसने पार्टी के लिए, पार्टी के उम्मीदवारों के लिए कोई सोशल एक्टिविटीज नहीं किया। इसलिए मतदान के फौरन बाद उसको पार्टी से निष्कासित कर दी गई थी, उसको लेटर दे दिया गया था और उसका पार्टी से कोई संबंध नहीं था।
अमरावती सेक्स स्कैंडल में अयान मोहम्मद और उनके आधा डजन साथियों ने परतवाड़ा, अचलपुर, अमरावती, नागपुर की 11वीं 12वीं के कोचिंग क्लास में जाने वाली अनेक डजन लड़कियों की इज्जत लूटी, ब्लैकमेल किया, रैप किया, बलात्कार किया। मैंने मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी से प्रार्थना की है कि इसके ऊपर तुरंत SIT गठित करनी चाहिए।
So 180 girls were harassed by one youth. How did this happen? Tell us more about this sex pest who's been arrested. Revati.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that a 19-year-old boy was clicking videos of the girls. Also there is no one girl here in the case, but more than 180 girls were lured, and he used to talk to them, establish contacts, establish physical contacts, and then he used to shot the videos, and then he used to threaten them and then make it viral on social media. But the latest update which is coming up right now is that the encroachment department has demolished his residence in Paratwada, Amravati. That is the latest update which is coming up. Also, an investigation through the SIT is demanded. Also, he was absconding at first, but later Amravati police arrested him within 2 to 3 days, and now he has been granted with a police custody of 7 days. So what all is unearthed in this particular matter will be important to see, because there are 180 girls involved in this, and more than 300 videos are viral on social media. This is one more sex scandal coming up from Maharashtra. So now exactly where it is all leading to is a big question right now. So as I mentioned earlier, the recent development which is coming up is that an encroachment department demolished his place, demolished his house in Paratwada, Amravati, and he is currently under police custody. So it will be important to see that what is unearthed after the 7 days police custody. Over to you.
Us with those details, let's go across to the other big story we're tracking on the live report. Revati, thank you. We'll come back to you. Revati is in Nasik, tracking both not just the Nasik but even the Amravati story there. Ladies and gentlemen, another story that has become a political flashpoint this morning. Aam Aadmi Party MP Ashok Mittal, he replaced Raghav Chadha as the leader, and Aam Aadmi Party went after Raghav Chadha. They claim Raghav Chadha was a BJP agent, and while making Ashok Mittal the leader, they were trying to send a political point. The Raghav Chadha had bent towards the BJP. Now the man who replaced Raghav Chadha is being raided. The Enforcement Directorate claims that the raids are linked to the Lovely Professional University, the LPU. Ashok Mittal's family runs LPU, the Lovely Professional University, and they claim that foreign funding, that is ED, claims foreign funding is under scanner. ED is looking at a few certain courses that were being given out at the Lovely Professional University. They claim the courses were not cleared, and they're looking at the funding of some of these courses. These are details we're picking up. The ED claims that the raids are linked to foreign collaborations and advanced tech courses that were being offered by this particular university called the Lovely Professional University. Now, as of this minute, we are hearing that even the home of Ashok Mittal is being searched. Ashok Mittal is one of the owners of Lovely Professional University. Searches are on at the university itself. Searches are being carried out under FEMA. In all, 10 locations in Gurugram, Jalandhar covered by these raids that are being carried out by the ED, including the residence of Ashok Mittal. I'll go across to Shravan, my colleague, who's joining us with more details. He accessed more details of the scam. They claim that there is a scam of universities that deal with advanced tech. ED says that universities, some of these universities, including Lovely Professional University, have links to foreign funding. And this particular university is under scanner for fees that was charged especially for NRIs. So let me go across to Shravan. Shravan, what exactly are they looking at?
Well, in fact, it all started with the raids that were carried out earlier today at Aam Aadmi Party parliamentarian Ashok Mittal's residence and official premises. Thereafter, Niranjan, when I spoke to my source within the Enforcement Directorate, I found out that it is way more than just one individual of Lovely Professional University. It is part of a larger education scam. Now, what is this scam all about? It's about new age universities that are now mushrooming in India. They are in collaboration with foreign universities. Their collaboration has also come under the scanner to begin with. Secondly, most importantly, is the courses that they're basically offering, which are being branded as these new age courses. And more importantly, they're not even certified. Basically not under the UGC guidelines to begin with. Effectively, students who are enrolling in these very courses, they are left completely, they're rudderless, and more importantly, these are courses which are not even recognized. Effectively, students are paying money for it, and they are left with no other option but to look for themselves, fend for themselves. Now, as far as Ashok Mittal is concerned, and Lovely Professional University is linked to this particular case, they're basically looking at NRI candidates who are basically students in this university, funds that have basically come through these NRI candidates, which we are given to understand is there is a foreign exchange violation that the Enforcement Directorate is looking at. That is the larger scam that the Enforcement Directorate is looking at. Whether at all there is any political link to it is something that we'll have to wait and watch, because this is a fresh case that has been registered by the Enforcement Directorate, and there's more details that is emerging right now from the investigation that has been carried out so far.
Okay. Anything, I mean, of course, the Aam Aadmi Party will say that it's linked to Raghav Chadha, it's linked to elections in Punjab, and he is a politically linked person. The owner is an MP of the Aam Aadmi Party. Shravan, you can't question them completely. I mean, they also have a point that he is an Aam Aadmi Party MP. Was this a case that was already being investigated, or is suddenly under the scanner?
Well, this is not a suo motu case that the Enforcement Directorate can investigate, because they do not have the powers to do so. There will be a predicate offence and original an FIR that would have been registered earlier by some other agency, or for that matter state police. Now, there is no clarity as yet, Niranjan, because as I understand, this is the first time that they are carrying out searches in the case. Now, if it is the first set of searches that have been carried out, in all likelihood, it would be a fresh FIR that has been registered, or a fresh ECIR in the Enforcement Directorate's parlance. Now, as far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, a short while back you already had the former Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, taking to a social media platform and hitting out at the centre, saying that this is an attempt that has been made by the Bharatiya Janata Party to begin the preparations for the next Punjab polls, and which Arvind Kejriwal says would be rejected by the people of Punjab. So politics are already taking place, because you're looking at a person who's taken over after Raghav Chadha. So obviously the pressure would be on the centre and the BJP, saying that they're basically misutilizing the Enforcement Directorate.
Okay. Leaving it at that, Shravan, thank you for joining us with those inputs on top of that story. Ladies and gentlemen, another bit of breaking news update that we wanted to get to you on the live report. Two RJD leaders. There were riots in different parts of Delhi NCR, and we were all wondering who was behind these riots. We'll take a short break now, and we'll come back with the full details of those who've been named. Two RJD leaders. We knew that there was a political link. Now, what's the political link? The police claims there is an RJD link to it. That and more coming up. Stay tuned.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा,
राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version.
All right, viewers, time to slip into short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, two RJD leaders named in NCR riot toolkit. Noida Police FIR names RJD spokespersons. Kanchana Yadav and Priyanka Bharti as accused number 1 and accused number 2.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी मनी मनी मनी एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be the ED raids which are happening at the location, at the premises of Ashok Mittal, who is the senior Aam Aadmi Party leader, also runs the lovely professional university. But the premises, the raids which are happening are not just happening at one university, but at various locations which is related to the Mittal family. We'll get you exclusive details and breaking updates, minute-to-minute updates on what's happening in those raids. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
change badly need in Bengal. राष्ट्रवादी एकजुट हुआ है, साथ साथ इतना महिला के ऊपर अत्याचार हुआ, जनता टीएमसी को हटाने के लिए वचनबद्ध है.
In an exclusive conversation with while campaigning in Bengal, Shubhendu Adhikari confidently said the women and youth want a change. Amit Shah campaigns in Bengal, set to address multiple rallies in Darjeeling and Kuch Bihar. CM M.K. Stalin has called for a black flag protest across Tamil Nadu over the delimitation process. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will hold a roadshow at Nagarkoil. Palaniswamy and Piyush Goyal to join the PM's campaign. TVK chief Vijay to campaign across 3 constituencies in Chennai today. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a very big breaking news development that we are fetching from Amravati. Now, as per the latest reports, what we are fetching, there has been bulldozer action in this case. Latest update, breaking news development, ladies and gentlemen, bulldozer action seen in Amravati. A bulldozer was deployed at the residence of Mohammad Tanveer, the prime accused in the Amravati Parthwada sexual assault case. The municipal corporation proceeded with the demolition using a bulldozer after affixing a notice to the house. Now, the bulldozer action was taken because a portion of the house was found to be encroaching on public land. Now, yesterday, women had demanded that a bulldozer be used to demolish the accused's house. Now, Achalpur MLA Praveen Tayare was present at the site during the construction of the house. Now, the demolition of the house, a big development here. A bulldozer was deployed at the residence of Mohammad Tanveer. Big action here. Amravati Pokso case, bulldozer action underway as we speak. Minors were sexually abused in this case, and a very big development in this case. Now, these are the 2 visuals. The 19-year-old accused has been taken into custody, Pokso case in Amravati. And now the latest visuals, ladies and gentlemen, of the bulldozer action that is underway. Yesterday itself, women had demanded that a bulldozer be used to demolish the accused's home. And now we have a latest update in this entire case. All right, we have Satya Prakash with us for more details in this case. Satya Prakash, क्या जानकारी निकलकर सामने आ रही? What are the latest updates that you are fetching? सुनने में आ रहा है कि बुलडोजर एक्शन अभी चल रहा है और घर को तोड़ा जा रहा है कुछ हिस्सों को, और ये महिलाओं की डिमांड थी कि भाई जल्दी से जल्दी कोई कार्रवाई की जाए, और इसने कई नाबालिग बच्चियों के साथ जो व्यवहार किया है उसका उल्लेख भी नहीं किया जा सकता.
देखिए, आरोपी घर पर बुलडोजर चल रहा है. जो अमरावती नगर परिषद के कर्मचारी वो पहुंचे हुए हैं, क्योंकि जो आरोपी घर बना था, इनलीगल बना था, जिसको लेकर लगातार जो डिमांड किया जा रहा था कि जो आरोपी घर बना है वो कहीं कहीं अवैध रूप से बनाया गया है, जिसको लेकर महानगर पालिका के कर्मचारी बुलडोजर लेकर पहुंचे हुए हैं, जो हिस्से को तोड़ा जा रहा है. क्योंकि जिस तरह से आरोपी अयान ने जिस तरह से कांड किया, जो अश्लील वीडियो जिस तरह से 180 लड़कियों के साथ बनाया है, जिस तरह से वायरल किया है, वायरल करने की धमकी दिया है, जिसके बाद अमरावती पुलिस ने गिरफ्तार किया है. ये मामला जो है 2 इलाकों में हुआ है, जो एक आंचलपुर है और परातवाड़ा में है. 2 जगह मामला है, और दोनों जगह पे ये जो युवक है आरोपी आयान ने अपने मोबाइल पे सारे वीडियो बनाया, जिसके बाद वायरल किया. जिसके बाद वहाँ पे हिंदू समाज के लोग कहीं कहीं आक्रोशित होते हैं और कहीं कहीं लगातार वहाँ पे प्रदर्शन शुरू है. फिलहाल पूरे इलाके को आज बंद किया गया है और अब फिलहाल बुलडोजर एक्शन शुरू है, जिसको लेकर अमरावती पुलिस लगातार जांच कर रही है. एसआईटी बैठा दी गई है और ये भी देखा जा रहा है कि इसके साथ जो आरोपी है उसको भी गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है. लगातार कहीं इस मामले को लेकर जांच शुरू है. जी
बिल्कुल, ये जो कार्रवाई हो रही है, आप जरा ये भी थोड़ी जानकारी दीजिए, कितने अधिकारी वहां पर मौजूद हैं, सुरक्षा के कितने पुख्ता इंतजामात वहां पर किए गए हैं, और लोग जो खास तौर पर महिलाएं जो काफी आक्रोशित थी वो भी खुश होंगी कि कम से कम एक बड़ी कार्रवाई की जा रही है, और बहुत ही जघन्य अपराध इसने किया है, घिनौनी हरकत इसने की है बच्चियों के साथ।
देखिए, जिस तरह से मामला आया उसके बाद पूरे इलाके में लोग आक्रोशित हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह से आरोपी आयन ने जिस तरह से लड़कियों का वीडियो बना के वायरल करता था, लगभग 350 फोटोग्राफ्स और वीडियो हैं, 180 ज़्यादा लड़कियों के साथ इसने फोटो और वीडियो बनाया है। कहीं के इसको लेकर कहीं जो आंचलपुर पुलिस स्टेशन है वो लगातार जाँच कर रही थी, और जिसमें लगातार मामले खुलासे हो रहे थे। लगातार डिमांड किया जा रहा था जो आरोपी का घर है, आयन का जो घर है वो अवैध रूप से बना है, और उसी को तोड़ने के लिए जो नगर पालिका का कर्मचारी पहुंचे हुए, लगभग 30 से ज़्यादा कर्मचारी हैं। साथ ही वहां पूरे इलाके को पुलिस ने बैरिकेड किया है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से इलाका है और जिस तरह से लगातार विरोध हो रहा है उसको देखते हुए पूरे इलाके में पुलिस के कड़े बंदोबस्त किए गए हैं। फिलहाल कहीं के जो पुलिस का कहना है कि लगातार इस मामले को लेकर जांच किया जा रहा है। जो मोबाइल है उसको फोरेंसिक रिपोर्ट के लिए भेजा गया है। साथ ही जो शख्स उस जो आरोपी है उसके साथ जो मोबाइल से वीडियो बनाता था उसको भी गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। तो कहीं न कहीं इस मामले को लेकर 2 लोग को गिरफ्तार किया गया है और बुलडोजर एक्शन शुरू है। जी
बिल्कुल, क्या इस जो ये लड़का था जिसको पकड़ा गया है, 350 से ज़्यादा इसकी जो वीडियोज इसने बनाई, ये क्या पॉलिटिकली भी इन्फ्लुएंशियल था, ये AIMM से जुड़ा हुआ था, ऐसी भी खबरें सामने आ रही हैं। और जिस तरीके से महाराष्ट्र में खास तौर पर अभी एक TCS का मामला खत्म हुआ नहीं है, वहां पर बच्चियों के साथ क्या किया जा रहा था, यहाँ पर दूसरे उसी तरीके से उसी पैटर्न पर लव जिहाद की जो लव जिहाद का सिलसिला है वो खत्म होता नजर नहीं आ रहा है।
साफ तौर से जिस तरह से मामला है, क्योंकि 19 साल का आयन है और जिस तरह लव जिहाद करने की कोशिश किया है, एक नहीं कई लड़कियों के साथ इसने फोटो वीडियो बनाया, और जिस तरह से इस पार्टी के साथ MIM पार्टी जो है उसका जो है लोकल वहाँ लीडर था और सोशल मीडिया काम करता था। MIM पार्टी ने साफ तौर से वहाँ पे जो लोकल लीडर है उन्होंने इस बात को पुष्टि किया है कि लड़का जो है पहले AIM का कार्यकर्ता था और वहाँ पे सोशल मीडिया का जो काम को देखता था। फिलहाल कहीं पार्टी की तरफ से इसको निकाल दिया गया है, और जिस तरह से अमरावती पुलिस स्टेशन की जांच कर रही है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से 180 लड़कियों का इसने वीडियो फोटो बनाया है, 350 से ज़्यादा वीडियो फोटोग्राफ हैं, और जो शख्स वीडियो फोटोग्राफ्स बनाया है, जो सह आरोपी है, उसको भी गिरफ्तार कर लिया है और लगातार इस मामले को लेकर जांच किया जा रहा है। जी
लेकिन एक प्रश्न ये भी बनता है कि जिस तरीके से लोगों के मन में आक्रोश होगा, और महाराष्ट्र की धरती पर अगर ये हो रहा है बार बार, तो लोगों के मन में आक्रोश भी तो झलकता हुआ नजर आ रहा होगा। कैसे इस तरीके का सेम पैटर्न, वही तरीका, क्या ये बड़े लेवल पर क्या लोग इसमें आप प्रदर्शन होते हुए देखते हैं, उनके आक्रोश को व्यक्त करते हुए क्या आप देख पा रहे हैं? इस बार लोगों का गुस्सा क्या फूट कर बाहर आ रहा है, क्योंकि बच्चियों के साथ ये अपराध हो रहा है और ये रुकना चाहिए?
देखिए, 2 दिन से वहाँ पे लगातार प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे हैं। आज जो है आंचलपुर और परतवाड़ा जो कि अमरावती इलाका है, दोनों को बंद किया गया है। दोनों पूरा इलाका बंद है। समाज सेवी के साथ साथ जो दुकानदार है उन्होंने बंद का आह्वान किया है, और साथ ही मांग किया है कि जो आरोपी है, क्योंकि 180 बच्चियों के साथ इन्होंने फोटो वीडियो वायरल किया है, यौन शोषण किया है, जिसको लेकर पूरे इलाके में गुस्सा है, इसीलिए पूरे इलाके को आज बंद किया गया है। विरोध प्रदर्शन हो रहा है, पूरे इलाके में पुलिस तैनात है और घर पे बुलडोजर चल रहा है। ये भी बात किया जा रहा है कि सामने की आ रहा है कि इसके साथ और लोग हो सकते हैं। लगातार पुलिस कहना है कि हम हर एंगल से जांच कर रहे हैं। मोबाइल जो है, मोबाइल को रिकवर कर लिया गया है, उसको फोरेंसिक रिपोर्ट के लिए भेजा गया है। साथ ही जो सह आरोपी है उसको भी गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। जी
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आप हमारे साथ बने रहिए। एक बड़ी खबर सामने आ रही है। Viewers, we are getting another big breaking news development. I will just share the news with you in a short while. Big breaking news development coming in the Amravati case. A big development has taken place. The police have made a second arrest in connection with the obscene video case in Paratwada, Amravati. The arrested individual is Uzair Khan. Uzair Khan, ladies and gentlemen. The investigation has revealed that he downloaded the videos from the mobile phone of the prime accused, that is Ayan, and subsequently posted them on social media. Now, according to the police, Uzair Khan has been taken into custody and is currently being interrogated. He is scheduled to be produced before the court today. Very big development here. In the Amravati case, police have made a second arrest in connection with the obscene video case in Paratwada. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. In an exclusive conversation, Shivendu Adhikari has clearly said that he is not the main face of the BJP when it comes to the election, but he has been doing a lot of work when it comes to the election and for the development and growth of the Bharatiya Janata Party when it comes to the election. Let's listen in.
Sincerely, change badly need in Bengal. बंगाल में परिवर्तन कैसे होगा? मैं काम कर रहा हूँ, जो पार्टी जिम्मेदारी दिया, जो हमारे नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ने दिया, वो पूरा करने का काम कर रहा हूँ।
आपको क्यों लगता है कि 2021 से 2026 का क्या ऐसा बदला है कि आपको लगता है कि भाजपा आएगी?
देखिए, पिछले 5 साल हम लोग बहुत मेहनत और अमित शाह जी ने हम लोग को बहुत सपोर्ट किया, मोदी जी का सपोर्ट मिला। इस बार अच्छा ही होगा। और SIR का बाद डेथ वोटर घुसपैठिया का नाम डिलीट हो गया है। भाई सनातनी एकजुट हुआ है, राष्ट्रवादी एकजुट हुआ है, साथ साथ इतना महिला के ऊपर अत्याचार हुआ, जनता TMC को हटाने के लिए वचनबद्ध। I am working sincerely. Change badly need in Bengal. बंगाल में परिवर्तन कैसे होगा? मैं काम कर रहा हूँ, जो पार्टी जिम्मेदारी दिया, जो हमारे नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ने दिया, वो पूरा करने का काम कर रहा हूँ।
आपको क्यों लगता है कि 2021 से 2026 का क्या ऐसा बदला है कि आपको लगता है कि भाजपा आएगी?
देखिए, पिछले 5 साल हम लोग बहुत मेहनत और अमित शाह जी ने हम लोग को बहुत सपोर्ट किया, मोदी जी का सपोर्ट मिला। इस बार अच्छा ही होगा। और SIR का बाद डेथ वोटर घुसपैठिया का नाम डिलीट हो गया है। भाई सनातनी एकजुट हुआ है, राष्ट्रवादी एकजुट हुआ है, साथ साथ इतना महिला के ऊपर अत्याचार हुआ, जनता TMC को हटाने के लिए वचनबद्ध।
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting. Now, DMK announces black flag protest tomorrow over delimitation. Now, in a post made by Stalin, he writes, "Let the black flags rise. Tamil Nadu will fight. Tamil Nadu will win." So this is DMK announcing black flag protest tomorrow over delimitation. Now, in a post made by Stalin, he writes, "Let the black flags rise. Tamil Nadu will fight. Tamil Nadu will win." He also raised questions that is this a punishment being meted out to Tamil Nadu and the southern states for the crime of striving for India's growth. So this is the opposition pretty much upset and reacting to the delimitation process, which is a constitutional process that was supposed to happen, bound to happen, and after which the number of seats for MPs will also be increasing and primarily pertains to the number of women MPs also that is set to rise, the 33% reservation that should be taking place right now after the act was passed in 2023, and now the process of delimitation, and this is opposition against the delimitation process, especially the opposition leaders, which include MK Stalin and Revanth Reddy. Now, this is the opposition which is against the delimitation process, and now DMK has announced a black flag protest tomorrow over the delimitation. Now, this is was conveyed in a post made by MK Stalin. He wrote, "Let the black flags rise. Tamil Nadu will fight. Tamil Nadu will win." Now, he also raised questions that is this a punishment being meted out to Tamil Nadu and the southern states for the crime of striving for India's growth. Now, the concern they raise is that if you go on the basis of population, then the southern states might be left out in this case comparatively to the states in the North India, which holds more population, and the number of seats of MPs might be going higher for the northern states comparatively to the southern states, but this also has been denied by the government as of now. But this is opposition against the process of delimitation. We're also showing the reactions that have come over the delimitation process. Now face off over 850 MPs. This is KC Venugopal saying extremely ill-timed under garb of women's reservation. So the women's reservation, which was supposed to happen, and it was taking a lot of time. Now, apart from that, the delimitation process, which is bound to help the women reservation. Now, this is the opposition reaction to that. Face off over 850 MPs. KC Venugopal calling it extremely ill-timed, and you have Stalin who calls us that is this a punishment being meted out to Tamil Nadu and the southern states for the crime of striving for India's growth. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Union Minister of State for Home Affairs, that is Nityanand Rai, has spoken exclusively to Republic TV and affirming that this is an NDA government that has been constituted and that the Chief Minister belongs to the NDA. Now, these are the visuals of Samrat Chaudhary taking oath today. Union Minister of State for Home Affairs, Nityanand Rai, spoken exclusively to Republic TV today.
सरकार बनी है और आज उसके मुख्यमंत्री माननीय सम्राट चौधरी जी शपथ लिए, उनको बहुत बहुत बधाई। साथ साथ दो मंत्री माननीय विजय चौधरी जी और माननीय विजेंद्र यादव जी लिए हैं, जो आगे हमारे उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में हैं। और बिहार में जो नीतीश जी ने एक विकास और सुशासन का रास्ता बनाया था, उस रास्ता पर यह सरकार चलेगी और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के आशीर्वाद से बिहार और विकसित बनेगा। यहाँ एनडीए की सरकार बनी है और आज उसके मुख्यमंत्री माननीय सम्राट चौधरी जी शपथ लिए, उनको बहुत बहुत बधाई। साथ साथ दो मंत्री माननीय विजय चौधरी जी और माननीय विजेंद्र यादव जी लिए हैं, जो आगे हमारे उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में हैं। और बिहार में जो नीतीश जी ने एक विकास और सुशासन का रास्ता बनाया था, उस रास्ता पर यह सरकार चलेगी और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के आशीर्वाद से बिहार और विकसित बनेगा।
Reaction. He spoke exclusively to Republic TV. Union Minister of State for Home Affairs Nityanand Rai, and he's affirming that this is an NDA government that has been constituted and the Chief Minister belongs to the NDA. So it's the end of Nitish era, but definitely the government is of the NDA, with Samrat Chaudhary taking oath as the Chief Minister. So he is the BJP Chief Minister for Bihar, who has taken oath along with two Deputy Chief Ministers who belong to the JDU. So very big development in Bihar. Big day for the citizens of Bihar, for Bharatiya Janata Party, because their workers, their cadre, they wanted a BJP Chief Minister to be there in Bihar. Now that dream has been fruitful. Now that has been achieved in this case. And now this is the reaction from Nityanand Rai, who spoke exclusively to Republic TV. Now, all right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, two RJD leaders named in NCR riot toolkit. Noida police FIR names RJD spokespersons Kanchana Yadav and Priyanka Bharti as accused number 1 and accused number 2. Coming up next, don't go anywhere.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The AS
All right, viewers, welcome back, and let's go on to another top story. Now, Colonel Douglas McGregor, a former senior advisor to the U.S. Secretary of Defense, joins Deputy Executive Editor Shravan Sen in this Republic World episode to offer a thought-provoking perspective on the November midterm elections. Now, the former Pentagon advisor discusses the difficulties facing President Donald Trump's administration and the possibility of a major change in congressional authority as he breaks down the evolving political environment. Let's listen in as McGregor candidly discusses voter opinion, how current foreign policy choices affect domestic surveys, and why he thinks the present government will have a difficult time keeping up its momentum.
Colonel McGregor, it's always a pleasure having you. What do you really make of the threats that have now been issued? This comes after the failed talks. Many believe that it wasn't even done with the intention of coming with a particular solution in Islamabad. Now with this naval blockade, do you really believe this is going to yield any results? Do you believe that the Iranians are going to succumb under pressure?
No, I think your point up front is the right one. I don't think these talks were meant to do anything but essentially secure a ceasefire, which I guess lasts now another week. But otherwise, there was no intention of actually negotiating. So the whole thing was farcical. On the other hand, now we're hearing about this naval blockade. And many of us are asking the question, I think even some of my friends in the Navy are asking the question, what does this really mean? How do you go about this? How do you sort one tanker from another? Make the decision who is allowed to pass and who is not. I don't think these questions have been answered. I think we've got to go back and re-examine the wisdom of doing what we're doing. But I think the key point that everybody needs to keep in mind at this stage is 20% of the world's petroleum, 20% of the world's liquid natural gas, and at least a third of the world's petrochemicals and fertilizers are no longer available from the Persian Gulf. And the blockade isn't going to change that. So the opportunity to come to some sort of negotiated conclusion means the world is now facing a very, very serious crisis. And this is going to extend many weeks, I suspect, if not months and years.
Colonel McGregor, Iranians say that if this continues, they are also going to respond and respond hard. In fact, now there is perhaps the fear that Red Sea will also be activated, that is the Bab el-Mandab, which is under the control of the Houthis. Now, if at all that happens, then this is going to be a disaster for the world. Do you believe that there is a high possibility that Iranians are going to exercise the choice of activating the Houthis, of controlling Bab el-Mandab?
Once we attack again, which seems to be in the cards when the ceasefire ends, then I would expect that to happen. For the moment, I don't know if your viewers are aware of it, but the Saudis are actually paying huge sums of money to the Houthis to get them to stop. In other words, so that they will not join the fight. But if we attack Iran again, I'd say that's an absolute certainty, and that would bar access to the Red Sea and ultimately put the Suez Canal out of business. This is a very destructive outlook on life. And I think you in India and elsewhere in the world need to understand what's happening here in the United States, because the pressure is building, to be perfectly frank, to remove President Trump from office. Petrol prices in March were up by more than 21% here in the United States, the highest since 1967. And fuel prices increased by 31% during the month of March alone. So you're talking about the onset of a very deep recession in the United States and millions of angry voters. Because remember, no case for this war was ever made on the basis of U.S. national interest. The entire rationale for the war is Israel and making Israel the dominant force in the Middle East and compelling the Iranians to accept Israeli demands. The Iranians will never do that.
Colonel McGregor, what do you make of these recent moves? I'm given to understand that a third aircraft carrier is en route to the Middle East, a Marine Expeditionary Unit, that's an additional Marine Expeditionary Unit moving towards the Middle East. There is already an excess of deployment that you're really looking at in that particular region. What do you make of the military moves that are now being made by the Pentagon?
Well, President Trump has ordered these forces to deploy, and he obviously intends to recommence the war. There's no question about that at the end of this ceasefire. What you're seeing is not just reinforcement, but also replenishment, the introduction of newer weapons in some cases, but certainly everything that we had expended previously is being resourced. In other words, missiles of all types and kinds, strike weapons. And I still think that there are serious interests in going into the Persian Gulf with the Marines or the airborne forces and seizing islands.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. There's a lot more lined up in the next bulletin. Coming up next, Maharashtra teen arrested for sexually abusing and circulating objectionable photos and videos of minor girls. And also coming up, ladies and gentlemen, ED raids AAP MP. ED raids AAP MP Ashok Mittal. ED claims raids linked to foreign collaboration. Sources say fees from NRIs being investigated.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
More details emerge in TCS grooming gang scandal. Top executive implicated in case allegedly linked to Delhi blast accused Shaheen. Maharashtra teen arrested for sexually abusing and circulating objectionable photos and videos of minor girls. Bulldozer rolls in Amravati on 19-year-old POXO case accused Mohammad Ayaz, Mohammad Tanveer's residence. ED raids Aam Aadmi Party MP Ashok Mittal. ED claims raids linked to foreign collaborations. Sources say fees from NRIs being investigated. Minutes after, Aam Aadmi Party MP was raided, Kejriwal and Punjab Chief Minister says BJP has begun election work. Bihar gets its first BJP Chief Minister. Samrat Chaudhary takes oath as Bihar Chief Minister. Two RJD leaders named in NCR riot toolkit. Noida Police FIR names RJD spokespersons Kanchana Yadav and Priyanka Bharti as accused number 1 and accused number 2. All right, viewers, now let's go on to the first breaking news in the Nashik grooming gang case. Now, a new link has emerged, ladies and gentlemen. The HR head of a TCS Nashik unit, that is Nida Khan, has now been linked to Delhi Red Fort blast mastermind, that is Shaheen. Now, as per reports, now these two had met in Delhi and were reportedly working for external networks. Now, with this, the case now gets bigger, ladies and gentlemen, bigger. Now, in the Nashik grooming gang case, now this is the new link which has emerged. The HR head of the TCS Nashik unit, Nida Khan, has now been linked to the Delhi Red Fort blast mastermind, that is Shaheen. These two, as per reports, the two had met in Delhi and were reportedly working for external networks. With this, the case now gets bigger. This is the case of the corporate grooming gang case, where many of the girls, many Hindu girls were exploited, harassed, and they were continuously harassed even then when they were making complaints to the HR head. It was falling to the deaf ears of the HR head because she was working in collaboration with all the accused. Many have been arrested. Now, the very big developments happening here. Forensic evidence collected from firms, lobby, resort, CCTV has been accessed. Big developments. Now, this HR head of TCS Nashik unit, Nida Khan, has now been linked to Delhi Red Fort blast mastermind, that is Shaheen. These two had met in Delhi and were reportedly working for external networks. The case now gets bigger. All right, I have Revati with us for more details. Revati, a connection is being established as per the reports between the HR head and the one who is one of the accused in Delhi blast case. What more details do you have, Revati? Over to you.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that as the investigation deepens in this particular matter, more and more shocking revelations are being made. As of now, the recent development which is coming up is that Nida Khan, who is the prime accused, and police, Nashik police, are looking for her for last now 7 to 8 days, but yet she is absconding. Now a connection has been established between her and the Red Fort bomb blast case accused Dr. Shaheen, and it is being said that they were working for a same organization, external organization, which promote for carrying out such activities. Also, let me tell you that Nida Khan is a person who would tell female employees that how to wear a burqa, how to wear a hijab, how to recite a namaz, and also she would encourage them to eat beef, rather forcefully encourage to eat beef, and then she used to also tell them that what is wrong in Hindu religion, and that's how she would process all the activities of forceful conversion. Also, she was based out of Pune. She was contacted by many of the female colleagues, but let me tell you that none of this worked. Also, she is said to be the mastermind behind this plan, and as of now, the police sources indicate that she is hiding in Mumbai's Bhiwandi area, where there is maximum Muslim population, and it is becoming a task for Nashik police to find her. As I mentioned earlier, that it is a maximum Muslim populated area, hence the delay in tracing Nida Khan. Today, all the accused in this particular matter will be presented before the court by 2 to 2:30 p.m. So it will be important to see that what role exactly each accused had, because after a police custody of 4 to 5 days, today they will be presented before the court. Also, it will be important to look out that what are the developments in Nida Khan case, because she has literally erased all her digital footprints, which due to which she is not traceable at the moment. Over to you.
Yeah, definitely. Revati, stay with us while we play a ground report which was filed by Revati itself from the resort, where one of the victims alleges that she was gang raped. Now let's watch that, ladies and gentlemen.
Developments are coming in the Nashik MNC case, and the recent development where we saw exclusively on Republic is that some of the victims, actually one of the victim, was brought to a resort on Trambakeshwar Road, and here we are exclusively near that very resort. As you can see, it is a very, very remote place. One of the victims was brought here, and she was literally gang raped. Let me repeat, she was gang raped by the 3 of the accused. Here she was brought, which is a really, really remote place, and as you can see that there's a very pretty much silence over here. No one can actually see that what exactly is going on. This is the resort where that victim was brought, and she was continuously gang raped. This is the Trambakeshwar Road where the victim was brought by three of the accused, and she was sexually assaulted and gang raped at this resort. The TCS case, which is developing further, has very developments in this very matter, and the recent development is that the victim was brought here. The SIT is currently investigating the matter. CCTV footages from this very resort has been seized by the Nashik police, and SIT has also been formed, which is currently scrutinizing the CCTVs. Now it will be important to see that from when the victim was brought here and she was sexually assaulted, actually gang raped by the accused of this very case.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, the centre is preparing for a major electoral overhaul. Now, the government has proposed increasing the strength of the Lok Sabha to 850 seats, paving the way for the implementation of the Women's Reservation Act ahead of the 2029 general elections. Now, in a copy of the bill accessed by Republic TV, it outlines a significant expansion: 815 elected members from states and 35 from union territories. The bill will be introduced on April 16th. With an extensive debate expected. 18 hours in the Lok Sabha and 10 hours in the Rajya Sabha. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to address the House, while Home Minister Amit Shah will also respond to the discussion. More in this special report.
The government has proposed to increase the number of Lok Sabha seats to 850 as part of its intention to implement the Women's Reservation Act from the 2029 Lok Sabha polls. Republic has accessed the copy of the bill that seeks to increase the number of MPs. The bill proposes 815 elected MPs from states and 35 from union territories. The bill factors in seats reserved for women after reservation bill. The bill is seeking to amend the constitution for early implementation of 33% quota for women in Lok Sabha and assemblies, as well as increasing the number of seats in the lower house to 816. Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam Bill, which mandates 33% reservation for women in the Lok Sabha, state assemblies and the Delhi Assembly, will be introduced on 16th April in Lok Sabha.
If you go through the entire provisions of the bills which have been uploaded, every state, every region, every community, there is nothing to worry. Everything is taken care of. And the southern states, some people tried to mislead in the past by saying that the southern states will lose out due to their successful family planning. In fact, the southern states are fortunate that despite controlling the population growth, despite less people in terms of proportionate, in terms of ratio, they still gain because the numbers have risen proportionately. So no state is losing. So I feel this proposed bill is absolutely balanced, well thought of, and which will take care of the aspiration of every community, every region, every state.
As per sources, the discussion on the bill will continue for 18 hours in Lok Sabha and for 10 hours in Rajya Sabha. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will also address the Lok Sabha regarding the Women's Reservation Amendment Bill.
4 दशकों के इंतजार के बाद संसद ने नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम पारित किया था। इससे विधानसभा और लोकसभा में महिलाओं के लिए 33% आरक्षण तय हो गया। सभी दलों ने आगे आकर इस महत्वपूर्ण कानून को समर्थन दिया। अब महिलाओं को ये जो हक मिला है ना, इस हक को लागू करने में देर नहीं होनी चाहिए।
Whereas Home Minister Amit Shah will respond to the discussion on the bill.
16, 17, 18 अप्रैल हमारे देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने विधानसभा और लोकसभा में 33% आरक्षण महिलाओं को देने के लिए विशेष पार्लियामेंट का सेशन बुलाया है और अब हमारी माताएं बहनें निर्णय लेने वाली भी होंगी। विधानसभा लोकसभा में 33% उनका आरक्षण रहेगा।
Meanwhile, Congress will convene an all-party meeting on Wednesday to deliberate on the implementation of the bill. In a letter addressed to Prime Minister Modi, Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy also called for an all-party meeting to deliberate on the issue in an inclusive manner.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, the Enforcement Directorate, as we speak, is carrying out searches under FEMA at 10 locations in Gurugram and Jalandhar. Now, ED's Delhi unit is covering Lovely Professional University, DETR College of Business, Masters Union College of Business, and AAP MP Ashok Mittal's premises. Now, all institutions belong to the Lovely University group. Now, the searches are linked to an ongoing FEMA probe. Now, premises covered include Lovely Professional University in Jalandhar, DETR College of Business and Masters Union College of Business in Gurugram, and the residence of AAP Rajya Sabha MP Ashok Mittal. All three institutions are part of the same group, that is Lovely University Group. So search is carried out under FEMA and ED raids Lovely Professional University. Now, Mr. Mittal he runs the lovely professional university, and the entire family runs the lovely professional university, and it just doesn't end to lovely professional university. There are many businesses of the Mittal family. Every business is being raided as we speak. We have many raids which are happening right now. All right, let's listen in to what Aman Arora has said on this.
बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और आज सारा देश देख रहा है, बार बार सुप्रीम कोर्ट और हाई कोर्ट की टिप्पणियों के बावजूद भी मल्टीपल टाइम्स हम देख चुके हैं कि किस तरह से अपनी एजेंसीज को केंद्र सरकार, भाजपा, मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी उसको मिसयूज़ करते हैं, और ख़ास तौर पे आम आदमी पार्टी की लीडरशिप के अगेंस्ट श्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से लेके मनीष जी, सत्येंद्र जैन जी, संजय सिंह जी, सबके साथ कैसे गलत केसेस में फंसाया जाता रहा है। और ये जो सारी की सारी कार्रवाई है, ये 2027 की इलेक्शन की तैयारी भाजपा कर रही है और इसके अलावा कुछ नहीं है। जैसे पहले वाले केसेस में ईडी और सीबीआई को मुंह की खानी पड़ी है, इन केसेस में भी उनको मुंह की खानी पड़ेगी। मैं कृपया करके इनसे विनती करूँगा, पीएम साहब से और एचएम साहब से, कि ऐसा दुरुपयोग करके आप देश में डेमोक्रेसी खत्म करने का काम कृपया ना करें। जो हम लोग बात कहते थे, चाहे वो राघव चड्ढा के बारे में कहते थे, अब उनको रिप्लेस करके अशोक मित्तल जी को बनाया गया है, तो साथ के साथ इनके ऊपर कार्रवाई शुरू होगी। तो इसका मतलब क्या हुआ कि उधर भी कनेक्शन जुड़े हुए थे और इधर भी हर किसी को जो आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ कंधे के साथ कंधा लगा के मजबूती के साथ खड़ा होने की बात करेगा, उसके साथ ऐसी ही कार्रवाई भाजपा और केंद्र सरकार करेगी जो कि अमानवीय है, जो कि अनडेमोक्रेटिक है।
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, disturbing scenes coming in from Turkey, where a former student opened fire inside a high school, triggering panic and chaos. At least 16 people, including students and teachers, were injured before the attacker took his own life. Now, authorities have launched a massive probe as questions mount over what drove this rare and shocking act of violence. Watch this report.
Video footage shows dozens of students running out of the school towards the gate and onto the street. A former student opened fire at a high school in southeast Turkey. This shooting left at least 16 people wounded before the shooter killed himself. The 18-year-old attacker, armed with a shotgun, fired randomly at a vocational high school before hiding inside the building. The attack left 10 students, 4 teachers, a canteen employee and a police officer wounded.
17-18 yaşlarında bir çocuktu. Birden şu dış kapıdan içeriye girdi. Nasıl girir girmez direkt silahı çekti. Uzun namluluydu. Hani şu jargılı pompalar olur ya, onlar. Direkt sağa sola başta ateş atmaya başladı. Sonra okula doğru ateş açtı. Sonra direkt koştuğu gibi içeriye girdi. İçeriden direktmen önüne gelene sıktığı gibi zaten ondan sonra öğrencilerin bağırmaları, öğretmenlerin bağırmalarıyla herkesin bir yere kaçışması bir oldu. Ondan sonrasını göremedim.
The governor of the province confirmed the incident.
Bu sabah saatlerinde Siverek ilçemizde bulunan Ahmet Koyuncu Mesleki ve Teknik Anadolu Lisemizde saat 9:30 sularında bir 2007 doğumlu bir kişinin pompalı av tüfeğiyle okula girmek suretiyle burada rastgele ateş açması neticesinde maalesef 16 kişi, bunlardan 4'ü öğretmenlerimiz, 10 öğrencimiz, bir polis memurumuz ve bir kantin işletmecisi yaralanmış durumda. Şükürler olsun can kaybı yok.
While most of them were being treated in Siverek, 5 of the wounded teachers and students were transferred to a hospital in the provincial capital because the conditions were more serious. The motive for the attack remains unclear as school shootings are rare in Turkey.
Şahıs kendisi okul içerisinde polisimizin de müdahalesiyle sıkıştırıldı ve orada kendi canına kıymak suretiyle, ateş etmek suretiyle hayatını kaybetti, eks olarak ele geçirildi.
Reports said all the students were evacuated and police special operations units were deployed after the assailant refused to surrender.
With school shootings rare in Turkey, the incident has sent shockwaves across the country. As families wait for answers, the big question remains, what drove a former student to carry out such a brutal attack?
All right, viewers, we're getting a big breaking news development. Russia checkmates Donald Trump on energy. Russia is moving to deepen energy ties with China. The foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, says Moscow can help cover China's energy shortfall, signaling stronger Moscow-Beijing cooperation on oil and gas. Now, the move comes as global powers jockey for influence over China's energy needs, with Russia positioning itself as a reliable alternative to US-linked supply chains. Big development here. The Strait of Hormuz continues to be blockaded, earlier by the IRGC and now by the US Navy. The US naval blockade is there in place. Now, this has seriously affected the energy demands, the energy supply, the crude supply, not just for India, but also primarily for China. China was one of the biggest buyers of the Iranian crude, and also Chinese industries need a lot of oil in this case, a lot of energy, a lot of gas in this case. Now Russia has come to rescue for China. Russia checkmates Trump on energy. Russia is moving to deepen energy, for resources, for oil, for gas. Now Russia is coming for rescue. Now this deepens the ties between China and Russia in this case, where Russia is coming to rescue and again going against Donald Trump's wishes. And Chinese president also wants this to happen for stability and certainty of China-Russia relations, which will add on and help China in the supply. Lavrov saying that Russia can help China on the energy shortfall. Let's listen into what has been conveyed.
Россия может, безусловно, восполнить недостаток ресурсов, который возник и у Китайской Народной Республики, и у других стран, которые заинтересованы с нами работать на равноправной, взаимовыгодной основе. И Россия об этом не раз говорила, президент касался этой темы, в том числе и в связи с планами европейских государств в лице Еврокомиссии вообще прервать любые связи с Россией в сфере энергетики, имея в виду поставки наших углеводородов.
Coming to the rescue of China, in this case Russia checkmates Donald Trump, moving to deepen energy ties with China. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says Moscow can help cover China's energy shortfall, signaling stronger Moscow-Beijing cooperation on oil and gas needs. All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Bulldozer rules in Amravati on 19-year-old POCSO case accused. That is Mohammad Ayaz, Mohammad Tanveer's residence. Coming up next.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines.
All right, viewers, now let's go on to a top story. Now, violence erupted in Uttar Pradesh's Lakhimpur Kheri on Tuesday evening after a statue of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was found vandalized. Now, eyewitnesses said that preparations were underway to install a statue of Dr. Ambedkar on the land of a Buddhist monastery that had been vacant for a long time in the village. On Tuesday, the villagers installed the statue. After the installation, most of the villagers left to attend the rally, leaving mainly women at the site. Watch this report for more information on the story.
Uproar and arson in Uttar Pradesh's Lakhimpur after a statue of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was found vandalized. Agitators took over the streets and blocked the roads in protest. Several police vehicles were vandalized and at least one vehicle was overturned during the unrest. Locals said that the preparations were underway to install a statue of B.R. Ambedkar on the land of a Buddhist monastery. On Tuesday, the villagers installed the statue. After the installation, most of the villagers left or attended the rally. Upon their return, the statue was found broken, which led to massive violence. The protesters pelted stones and resorted to violence, targeting the police vehicles.
अंबेडकर जयंती के अवसर पर मैलानी थाना क्षेत्र के बाकेगंज में एक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन होना था, जिसमें बाबा साहब श्री भीमराव अम्बेडकर जी के चित्र पर माल्यार्पण और अन्य कार्यक्रम थे। इसी दौरान कुछ लोगों ने वहां एक मूर्ति स्थापित करने का प्रयास करने लगे। पुलिस ने इसको रोका। इस पर कुछ लोग उग्र हो गए और पुलिस से उलझने लगे। इसमें कुछ लोगों ने पुलिस पर पत्थरबाजी भी की। पुलिस ने तत्काल लोगों को समझाया बुझाया। हम लोग मौके पर पहुंचे और लोगों को खदेड़ा गया। वर्तमान में कानून व्यवस्था जैसी कोई समस्या नहीं है, शांति बनी हुई है। मौके पर पुलिस मौजूद है।
Heavy police force has been deployed in the village and the violence has been brought under control.
All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, bulldozer rolls in Amravati on 19-year-old POCSO case accused Muhammad Ayaz, Muhammad Tanveer's residence.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55.
More details emerging. TCS grooming gang scandal. Top executive implicated in case allegedly linked to Delhi blast accused terror Dr. Shaheen. Maharashtra teen arrested for sexually abusing and circulating objectionable photos and videos of minor girls. Bulldozer rolls in Amravati on 19-year-old POCSO case accused of Mohammad Ayaz and Mohammad Tanveer's residence. ED raids up. MP Ashok Mittal ED claims raids are linked to foreign collaboration. Sources say fees from NRIs are being investigated. Minutes after AAP MP's residence was in fact raided, Kejriwal and Punjab CM say BJP has begun election work. Bihar gets its first BJP Chief Minister. Samrat Chaudhary takes oath as Bihar's Chief Minister. Two RJD leaders named in NCR riot toolkit. Noida police FIR now names RJD spokesperson Kanchan Yadav and Priyanka Bharti as accused number 1 and number 2. Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, top focus at this hour are the more developments coming to light from West Asia. Now, Republic in fact has accessed a new satellite imagery showing how Iran is now rebuilding its missile cities. We're getting you these breaking developments. Now, we have visuals of Khomeini where Iran in fact has started debris removal, and satellite imagery accessed by Republic also shows how just entrances were destroyed in these attacks by US and Israel. And in fact, the internal infrastructure still remains intact. Now, this is in contradiction to what Donald Trump has been claiming so far, that Iran's capacity to build missiles has been decimated in these latest attacks. But now the imageries that in fact Republic has accessed show you something else on the ground. Now, these images that we have accessed show Iran rebuilding its missile cities right after ceasefire, and also how the attack only caused damage to several entrances and the internal infrastructure still remains intact. All right, viewers, so that's the latest we're picking up from the war zone in West Asia. Iran, as the ceasefire now takes effect, trying to rebuild its missile cities and getting into repair work right after ceasefire was declared. Now, viewers, these images on your screen show you how several entrances of these missile cities were damaged, but in fact, the internal infrastructure still remains intact. And this is in complete contradiction to what Donald Trump has been claiming, that is Iran's missile capacity, in fact, has been decimated in these latest strikes. All right, viewers, now moving on to another breaking news development we're getting at this hour. Now, Raghav Chadda's Z Plus security cover, in fact, has been withdrawn by the AAP government. Now, in fact, as sources tell us, he could also be getting security cover from the central government at this point. But in this immediate period, we are looking at central forces, in fact, now playing the role of intermediate security cover, as Z Plus security cover has now been withdrawn from Raghav Chadda. Now remember, this also comes after he was ousted from his post of deputy leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha, and Ashok Mittal was the one who replaced him. So there is a clear rift that's out in the open between the AAP top leadership and Raghav Chadda, and as a fallout, as a result, we're looking at his Z Plus security cover also getting withdrawn at this moment. In fact, we are looking at Delhi police are providing interim protection to Raghav Chadda until a formal arrangement is put in place. This comes as Z Plus security cover of Raghav Chadda has now been withdrawn and central security has now been assigned to, in fact, Raghav Chadda. All right, viewers, and now this big move, in fact, comes amid reported rift within the Aam Aadmi Party. The top leadership is clearly unhappy with the way Raghav Chadda has been acting in the upper house of the parliament, not taking up the issues that the party has been asking him to, not following the party whip, and in fact being afraid of what AAP claims of Prime Minister Modi. And now amidst those claims and counterclaims coming in from both the sides, we're looking at the security cover of Raghav Chadda being withdrawn. In fact, the Z Plus security cover of Raghav Chadda has now been withdrawn by Punjab police. This might now, in fact, central forces could be stepping in. They could be providing him security for the immediate period till the time a formal arrangement is put in place. Now, viewers, remember, this comes amid reported rift, which is now out in the open within the Aam Aadmi Party. The top leadership clearly not being happy with the way Raghav Chadda has been acting in the upper house of the parliament and not following the party whip, not raising the issues the top leadership has been asking him. All right, my colleague Harsh now joins me with more details on this. Harsh, do tell us now, first removal from his post from Rajya Sabha and now security cover also being withdrawn by the Aam Aadmi Party. So clearly the rift is now out in the open between Raghav Chadda and the top leadership within AAP.
Right, Ishita. In fact, top party sources have confirmed that the Punjab government has now in fact removed Z Plus security, has now taken Z Plus security away from its own MP Raghav Chadda. Now this comes after there are rifts in between the top leadership of Aam Aadmi Party and Raghav Chadda. He was earlier removed from his deputy leader position in Rajya Sabha. Now this again comes as a big development. It is being said that for time being, Delhi police has been instructed to provide security to Rajya Sabha MP Raghav Chadda, and it is also being claimed that Raghav Chadda, in the due course of time, might get some kind of central security after the government of Punjab has decided to remove the Z Plus security that was earlier given to him. Top sources have in fact maintained that this development comes at a time when there are some kind of rifts between the top leadership of Aam Aadmi Party and Raghav Chadda. This was a big decision that, in fact, the government of Punjab has taken. Raghav Chadda's Z Plus security cover that was given to him by the government of Punjab has been taken away. Now, this has been confirmed by top party sources earlier this morning.
Right, of course. Harsh, also the last time he was removed from his post in Rajya Sabha, we saw a major reaction coming in from Raghav Chadda, wherein he put out a video saying he's unafraid, he's not afraid of the Aam Aadmi Party leadership. Is there any reaction that's come in on this move by the party?
Ishita, this is a very fresh development that we are fetching for our viewers, but there is no official confirmation at this time. Raghav Chadda himself has not reacted onto this matter. No senior Aam Aadmi Party leader, in fact, has reacted on this matter. However, top sources have confirmed that this development has taken place. In fact, this was the decision that was taken earlier last week. Punjab government has decided to take away the Z plus category security that was given to him, and now for time being, Delhi police has been instructed to provide interim security to Rajya Sabha MP Raghav Chadha until some kind of central security cover is provided to him.
All right, Harsh. So thanks so much for joining us on this and giving us the latest we are picking up on this big development. And now viewers are moving on to another big development we're getting from the war zone in West Asia. Now US has imposed a naval blockade all around Iranian ports, essentially meaning that any ship that tries to enter or exit Iran port will be halted by the US Navy. Now CENTCOM claims in its latest tweet that in about 36 hours, 90% of Iran's sea trade has come to a halt. And one major country that's been impacted by this naval blockade by the US, in fact, is China. Now we're looking at this. In fact, we're looking at this escalating into a major conflict between China as well as the US, as Chinese tankers are the ones which frequent the Strait of Hormuz most recently. Now, let's take a look at this package where our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, tells you how this could impact China and American ties going forward.
Ten workers killed, 23 injured in an explosion at power plant in Chhattisgarh's Sakti. The explosion occurred around 2 p.m. yesterday when around 40 to 50 laborers were working at the site. Preliminary reports say the explosion occurred in a boiler tube at Vedanta power plant in Singhitari village. According to police, 3 victims were killed on the spot while the others succumbed to injuries at hospitals. Several workers suffered severe burn injuries and were immediately rushed to nearby hospitals for advanced treatment. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu Deosai said action will be taken against the responsible entities.
देखिए, घटना दुखद है और इस दुख की घड़ी में संवेदना हम लोगों की उनके परिवार के साथ में है और जो भी मृतक हैं उनकी आत्मा को भगवान शांति दे और इसकी जांच होगी और जांच में जो भी दोषीदार पाए जाएंगे उनके ऊपर कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई होगी.
PM Modi announced financial assistance worth rupees 2 lakh for the victims. Meanwhile, Congress MLA Ram Kumar Yadav staged a protest outside the plant demanding adequate compensation for the victim.
देखिए, आज पावर प्लांट के आज लापरवाही के कारण बहुत बड़ा यहाँ पर दुखद घटना घटी है. इस घटना जो घटी है ये इसलिए घटी है कि जब इस गांव के लोग जब पावर प्लांट को दिए तो एथेना के नाम से दिए थे और एथेना ने पावर प्लांट तैयार किया जमीन ग्रहण करके और सब सिस्टम बनाया, पता नहीं क्यों चालू नहीं कर पाया. इसलिए आज यहाँ पर इतना बड़ा घटना घटी है जिसमें 10 से 15 लोग अभी डेड बॉडी मिल चुका है. 15-20 जने जो है गंभीर रूप से उसको घायल है. उसको अभी तक पावर प्लांट के जो मैनेजमेंट है किसी प्रकार का यहाँ पर कोई बात नहीं रख रहे हैं. कोई महिला आगे पूछ रहा है मेरा पति कहाँ है, कोई बेटी आगे पूछ रहा है मेरा पिताजी कहाँ है. यहाँ पर कोई बताने की स्थिति में नहीं है, सब भग गए हैं. हम किससे पूछें?
The accident has raised concerns about the safety standards at large power plants handling high pressure boilers.
All right, viewers, more developments coming to light in the Nasik grooming gang scandal. Now we're getting some Malaysia link, in fact, that has now come to surface. Now, grooming gang has been linked to a Malaysian preacher that's coming to light. And the focus is now on this Malaysia-based preacher, which is in fact part of this module. Now, this Malaysian preacher features in these WhatsApp chats that the public has now accessed, revealing more links in the Nasik grooming gang scandal. This Malaysian preacher, in fact, was introduced to TCS victims via a video, and this Malaysian preacher brainwashed these victims. Now, remember, these victims, several of the TCS employees started adopting Islamic practices. They were forced to eat meat, recite namaz, and all of this, in fact, was coming from this Malaysian preacher, apparently. Now, this preacher spoke to high-paying jobs and lifestyle. He tried to brainwash these victims, and eventually these victims in fact started adopting more Islamic practices. And this is a big link that has come to light just today. This Malaysian preacher now being involved in brainwashing these TCS victims. Now remember, today in fact 4 more victims have come forward, breaking their silence and giving more details of their sexual harassment that took place. This essentially takes the victim count to about 14 in this case, and more layers are now being revealed as a Malaysian preacher links also come to light. In fact, viewers, certain questions are now being raised about the probe that's been conducted by TCS in this case. Questions over transparency, question why no further action was taken despite victims raising their complaints several times. What roles did the accused in fact hold in this entire module? Now remember, this has been going for several months in fact, and were proper background checks done by the organization when they hired these top officials, the HR official as well. Now remember, this HR official, Hida Khan, in fact, who was responsible for taking care of the victims, was involved in facilitating this brainwashing, this post-conversion at TCS unit. In fact, we're getting more and more developments in this case. It's becoming murkier by the day. And my colleague Shavan Sen now also joins me, giving us some more details about these Malaysian link that has come to light in the Nasik grooming gang scandal.
Well, in fact, the latest details coming in from the investigation that has been carried out by the SIT is a Malaysian preacher. In fact, it turns out that the Malaysian preacher was basically running a full-scale module. Now, what they are basically trying to establish is that whether at all this was being carried out over a long period of time. Secondly, what are the international connections that are basically emerging at this point in time? And more importantly, was he still continuing with his preachers? Now, that is what the SIT is essentially looking at. Now, let's be very clear that it's not a single module that you're basically looking at. There are multiple FIRs that have been registered, 9 FIRs that have been registered, and 3 more likely to be arrested. So this is an ongoing operation. They believe that this is not being limited to perhaps just one corporate firm. There is a possibility that they were also operating in other corporate firms. That is what is being investigated right now. It has been localized to a certain extent that it is in Nasik, but some information now basically emerging that this could go well beyond TCS and the others also.
Essentially, this could be much bigger than it was initially expected, and we're looking at more and more international links also now emerging in this case. Now, what details do we have about this specific Malaysian preacher who was involved in brainwashing these victims at TCS?
Well, it was not just one person, that is Imran, by the name of Imran, and he was basically in touch with the others. The Malaysian preacher happens to be someone who was running a full-fledged module, is what we are being told. In fact, the accused in this particular case, Danish and the others, Tosif, they were all linked to the Malaysian preacher. In fact, it turns out that he was based out of Malaysia and thereafter basically came to India too. There have been multiple meetings that have actually taken place. Now, that's a preliminary information really coming in. In terms of what kind of radicalization materials were used, that is a subject of investigation at this stage. In fact, we're trying to get in more details with regards to whether at all this has been linked to other Islamic preachers, because in Malaysia, remember, there are other Islamic preachers who have come into the fore in the past. So that is another angle that is also being looked into.
Thank you, Shavan Sen, for joining us and giving us all these details in this case. Now we're looking at external hand, in fact, being revealed in the Nasik grooming gang scandal, and more links now coming to light as a Malaysian preacher was in fact involved in brainwashing these victims at the TCS unit in Nasik. All right, viewers, and now that's the link, in fact, that has come to light in this case. We're being told that there was a Malaysian link, a preacher that was brainwashing these victims, sending videos to these victims at TCS unit in Nasik and controlling. So essentially, the entire conversion and the sexual harassment module being operated by someone who is based in Malaysia. So there's clearly an external hand involved in this module that has now come to light of corporate jihad unfolding right in front of our eyes at a TCS unit in Nasik. Now, it's really concerning at how these victims were brainwashed. They started adopting Islamic practices. They were forced to recite namaz, eat meat, and in fact mock their own religion. Or in fact, my colleague Revati also gives us a detailed report about what's happening on the ground and where is investigation at this stage in this case. Take a look.
New developments are coming in the Nashik MNC case, and the recent development where we saw exclusively on Republic is that some of the victims, actually one of the victim was brought to a resort on Trambakeshwar Road, and here we are exclusively near that very resort. As you can see, it is a very remote place. One of the victims was brought here and she was literally gang raped. Let me repeat, she was gang raped by the three of the accused. Here she was brought, which is a really remote place, and as you can see that there's a very pretty much silence over here. No one can actually see that what exactly is going on. This is the resort where that victim was brought and she was continuously gang raped. This is the Trambakeshwar Road where the victim was brought by three of the accused, and she was sexually assaulted and gang raped at this resort. The TCS case, which is developing further, has very developments in this very matter, and the recent development is that the victim was brought here. The SIT is currently investigating the matter. CCTV footages from this very resort has been seized by the Nashik police, and SIT has also been formed, which is currently scrutinizing the CCTVs. Now it will be important to see that from when the victim was brought here and she was sexually assaulted, actually gang raped by the accused of this very case.
All right, viewers, now moving on to another breaking news development we're getting at this hour. Now, DMK, in fact, has announced that it will be releasing a black protest just tomorrow, and this is over the delimitation exercise. Now, the Chief Minister of the state, M.K. Stalin, in fact, has come out with this announcement. Just now, he said that let the black flags rise, Tamil Nadu will fight, Tamil Nadu will win. Now, that's the post put up by Tamil Nadu's CM as he announces a black protest just tomorrow, and this is over the delimitation exercise. He also raises questions, is this a punishment meted out to Nadu and other southern states for the crime of striving for India's growth? Now, we're looking at this center divide versus the southern states are getting wider as Tamil Nadu's CM now declares a black flag protest tomorrow over delimitation. My colleague Sharda now joins me on this. Sharda, to give us details about this, we're looking at this rift now widening between the centre and the state of Tamil Nadu. The CM has already announced a black protest tomorrow over delimitation.
Well, the delimitation process is something that the DMK has been against since the last 2025 last year, and now with the bill going to be introduced in the parliament in the upcoming session, the DMK leader M.K. Stalin has called for a meeting with all the MPs. All 40 MPs of the DMK attended it through a video conference today at 11 a.m. Finally, on the decision that they're going to be standing against the bill and that they do not approve of the delimitation that should be passed in the parliament. Pointing out if the delimitation does happen in the state of Tamil Nadu, that the state will have a drawback based on the population because the number of seats will not be increased as much as it's required, and also pointed out how states like Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan will receive more, double the number of seats than what it already has, giving them a mere drawback in the number of MPs that will be from the southern states. Also pointing out that the delimitation is not done in a fair method. The DMK leader has called for protest tomorrow in the entire state of Tamil Nadu, but instead of a major rally that's going to be going as a protest, everybody is being asked to raise a black flag outside their house in public places, outside the DMK functionary offices in all districts in the state of Tamil Nadu. The parliament leaders of the DMK are also going to be protesting the bill by wearing their black shirts and their black saris and coming and protesting in the parliament with saying that they do not approve of this bill.
All right, thanks Shada for joining us. We'll continue, of course, to track this black flag protest that's set to take place tomorrow in the state. Now, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we get you all the details about another sex scandal coming to light from Maharashtra and how a teen has now been arrested over circulating objectionable videos and photographs of minors.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets.
Making it south versus north has been the favorite game of the DMK. A few days before Tamil Nadu votes, will MK Stalin use delimitation as an election calling card? Our focus on Verdict 2026 at 6 p.m. this evening.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I am Yesu Bharadwaj, and Bihar has now gotten its first BJP Chief Minister. Nitish Kumar has put down his papers, and the Deputy Chief Minister, former Deputy Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary, has now taken over as the Chief Minister of Bihar. Getting you all the details, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. More details emerge in TCS grooming gang scandal. Top executive implicated in case allegedly linked to Delhi blast accused Shaheen. Maharashtra teenager arrested for sexually abusing and circulating objectionable photos and videos of minor girls. Bulldozer rolls in Amravati on 19-year-old POCSO case accused Mohammad Ayaz, Mohammad Tanveer's residence. ED raids AAP MP Ashok Mittal. ED claims raids linked to foreign collaboration. Sources say fees from NRIs being investigated. Minutes after AAP MP was raided, Kejriwal and Punjab Chief Minister say BJP has begun the election work. Bihar gets its first BJP Chief Minister. Samrat Chaudhary takes oath as Bihar's Chief Minister. Malaysian preacher linked to grooming gang used WhatsApp and videos to lure victims abroad with promises of high-paying jobs and a luxurious lifestyle. Viewers, starting first with a fresh breaking development that we're getting in, and this comes from the Nasik TCS conversion case. Now, deleted chats of the accused who've been arrested has been now discovered by the police force. Police sources suggest that deleted chats have been recovered, and this could have a crucial role in the role of investigation towards the accused, and it will be important in today's hearing regarding what will be presented. Now remember, deleted WhatsApp chats have been recovered in the TCS grooming gang case in Nasik. Police has gotten its hands on deleted WhatsApp chats. Now remember, WhatsApp groups remained at the center of the grooming gang conspiracy in Nasik, where the police found out that 8 to 10 people were part of a WhatsApp group where all discussions regarding this entire racket, regarding this entire grooming gang were taking place. In fact, we're also being joined by my colleague Revati to get us more details into the matter. Revati, speak to us about the deleted chats that have been recovered by the police, and what can it lead to next? We know that the entire conspiracy is pegged around a WhatsApp chat of about 8 to 10 people where everything was planned, including the people who are going to be the targets of the grooming gang. Revati.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that a WhatsApp group was run to carry out these activities where they would forcefully convert female employees, as well as they would sexually assault these female employees. Not only just female employees, but one statement which we saw on Republic where a male employee was also forcefully converted, and in his statement he has clearly said that during the month of Ramadan he was forcefully asked to wear the cap and offer namaz and also follow the rituals which are usually followed during the month of Ramzan. Also, then he was added to a specific WhatsApp group, and then he was made a part of that group where he was brainwashed, not only him but also many others who were on the target of this particular group. When the accused were arrested by the Nashik police or the SIT, then their mobile phones were also confiscated, and the SIT as well as the Nashik police were continuously tracking or trying to retrieve the data in those specific mobile phones, because what did the WhatsApp group actually possess, or what were the chats, or what was the process of brainwashing. All these details are in the mobile phones. So it is really important that now the chats have been retrieved and they are being cross-checked by the SIT. Over to you.
Right, Revati. In fact, also speak to us about the possible links that are coming out now. You know, the digital trail that has been traced by the police, they already say that there could be international links to this entire grooming gang case, especially following back to a preacher in Malaysia. So give us details about that also, Revati.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that there are high possibilities that there is a international link to this, and also some external agencies link, because number one, Nida Khan, who is still absconding and she is said to be the mastermind, she met Dr. Shaheen, who is accused in Red Fort bomb blast. She met her, or she is related to her. So this is number one, that why it can be possible that there are links to the external agencies. Also, it is said that in the probe which is done by SIT, it has come to light that during the process of forceful conversion, the WhatsApp group which was formed by these group of people, there a Malaysian preacher would come and talk to these employees, brainwashed employees, and would talk to them over video conference, and he would preach about a specific religion. So this is currently under investigation as of now.
Right, Revati, thanks for getting us those details. In fact, continue being with us on the broadcast. We're also getting in some more breaking developments, in fact, exclusive ones into the case. Now we were shifting focus. We're getting in exclusive developments in the Nasik case. At least 3 more women have come forward and filed their FIR against those who've been accused of not just sexual harassment, but also forceful conversion in Tata Consultancy Services in Nasik. Now remember, this takes the entire toll, or the number of FIRs that have been filed in this case to 14 earlier. It was just 9 FIRs, more and more cases coming forward. Now, SIT was sitting down to counsel these women who were scared, they were timid, and they could not manage to come out of the trauma and file their FIRs, but they have now shown courage and have filed FIR against the accused persons. Now, it is yet to be seen what is it that these victims have said against the entire ordeal that unfolded in Tata Consultancy Services grooming gang racket in Nasik. But viewers, for now, the exclusive information that we're getting in is that at least 3 more victims have filed fresh FIRs against the accused members in Nashik, taking the entire number of FIRs to 14 from an earlier 9. Now remember, police has managed to apprehend 6 people and have also found WhatsApp chats that link back to an international trail all the way to Malaysia in this case. An SIT investigation is being thoroughly carried out. In fact, the suspects have been suspended by Tata Consultancy Services. Revati, my colleague, continues being with us on the broadcast. Revati, more revelations come forward. The number of FIRs has now reached 14. 3 more women have shown courage. They've come forward and they filed their cases. Talk to us about the details. And in case you know what was the ordeal, was it a similar case that unfolded with the other 9 people who had, filed their FIRs? Revati.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that the number of FIRs have gone to number 14 because there were around 11 FIRs registered in this matter. 3 of the victims who were counselled by the SIT or the Nashik police have now confirmed that they will be filing a official FIR, but it is not yet clear whether it is of sexual assault or forceful conversion. If we look at the previous data, out of 11 FIRs which were filed, 2 of them were of forceful conversion and 9 of them were of sexual assault. So it will be important to see that what exactly these FIRs have to say. But before going into more details of this particular matter, I have with me Mr. Arvind Kulkarni. He has worked for around 16 years with WNS in the same premises. He'll just give us some insights on what exactly used to happen in the premises. So, sir, I would like to know that what exactly used to happen in the premises. You have worked in the very particular that premises for 16 years.
See, that particular building was employing about 1,500 employees, including TCS. And it was very common that boys, girls move around during break times or lunch times. And they would approach the roads next to our building and all that. So many times hand in hand, hand on shoulder and like that, shoulder and like that. So that is a very common thing. And yeah, it's not only Nashik. If you go to the metros, you will find worst things happening in the premises of such workplaces.
So, in the premises specifically where you have worked for many years now, where you have seen that TCS was also there at that very floor. So, were you able to observe any kind of such activities which are being now reported in the Nashik TCS case?
So in fact, TCS operations in Nashik are and were very small compared to the company for which I was working. And it was very rare occasion to see those employees either on the staircase or because mostly lifts are used. So that was never ever, the visually visible thing kind of.
But you did notice that some of the youths were lingering around around the premises. Were there any strict action taken against them?
So whenever required, yes, as a company for which I was working, wherever we felt that the things are going in an objectionable way, we have immediately taken actions which will curtail the behavior of employees in a manner the way they are expected to behave within the rules of policies.
So my last question to you is, there's one aspect of this particular case, TCS MNC case, where it is said that in the premises there's a terrace out there and there they used to recite a namaz. And do you have any information whether the TCS Nashik had a prayer room and all this was happening in prayer room or openly and forcefully?
No, I'm not privy to it because their premises is completely different, and the terrace arrangement that you are talking about, it must have been held with the owner of the building, and we had no connect with that at all. Yeah.
So now you look at this particular incident, it is kind of a delayed acknowledgement by the TCS. You have worked as senior HR manager. How do you look at it?
See, actually what happens is every company has its own internal system to manage or handle the things. So similarly, TCS might have had internal inquiry going on. They might have, primary evidences they might have collected. See, the police investigations and the company investigations are different. So company might have, from their internal
protocol, how does an internal investigation goes? Because that's what TCS said has in its statement. So you have been a senior HR person there. So how is an internal investigation carried out?
See, unless and until there is a written complaint given or submitted by the individual employee, no inquiry or investigation starts, because either it has to be reported by individual employee herself or co-employees or her manager or HR, like that, and then only investigations would happen. On their own, nobody starts the investigations.
And my question that how do you look at this particular incident, being a senior manager now that you have retired? So how do you look at it?
See, actually it is very shameful. We can understand that, okay, when youngsters are working together, few things would happen during interactions and all, but going to this extent, it is really a blot on corporate world, I would say, because this has created a huge speculations in the minds of corporate people now. And definitely the parents of the girls, those who are working in such corporates, they will have a all-time worry whether they should allow their wards to work in such companies or not.
Right. As you can see that it is mentioned by Arvind Kulkarni that girls and boys used to usually linger around the premises, and it was pretty much evident that they used to hang out hand in hand or hugging each other or kissing each other. This was the situation there. But also there's one important thing which we need to highlight here is that this is happening on a peak in corporate world, especially now in Maharashtra after this particular incident is uncovered. Over to you.
Right, Revati, thanks for getting us that detailed lowdown. In fact, this was a conversation that was quite revealing. For now, viewers, we're also getting you an exclusive conversation that my colleague Anaya has had with the MLA Farande over the Nasik grooming gang case. Take a listen.
पहले महिलाओं ने आगे आके उसके बारे में तकरार अर्जी नहीं किया और इसीलिए ये प्रकरण जो है बढ़ता रहा और टीसीएस की भी गलती है। मीन्स जो कंपनी जो है उनके मैनेजर हो गए, जो वरिष्ठ हो गए, उन्होंने महिलाओं ने उसके अंदर तकरार की हुई थी लेकिन उसको उन्होंने गौर से नहीं देखा और इसकी वजह से ये प्रकरण जो है दिन प्रतिदिन बढ़ता गया।
निदा खान अभी भी फरार चल रही है और उसका कुछ पता नहीं है कि वो कहाँ गई है पहले दिन से जब तक पता चला है कि ये पूरा टीसीएस का कांड सामने आया उसके बाद।
नासिक की पुलिस उसको पूरी तरह से ढूंढ रही है। मेरे को आशा है कि बिल्कुल उसको ढूंढ को निकालेंगे।
आप हमेशा धर्मांतरण के लिए कानून लाने के ऊपर है ना प्रखर रही है, आपकी आवाज़ प्रखर रही है, लेकिन इस तरह का इतना बड़ा रैकेट चलता रहा और पता लग रहा है कि बाहर से भी फंडिंग हो रही थी, बहुत बड़ा रैकेट है। इसके बारे में क्यों पता नहीं लग पाया?
इसके अंदर हमको एक बार तो 1.5 साल पहले मैंने एक ऐसी आईटी कंपनी के पीछे एक कैफ़े था, उसको मैंने खुद जाके तोड़ दिया था। लेकिन जब महिलाएं आगे आती है तो हम उसके ऊपर बोल सकते हैं। और क्या हो रहा है कि अभी धर्मांतरण तो कानून आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी ने महाराष्ट्र में लागू कर दिया है और ये बहुत ही गंभीरता से इस प्रकरण को महाराष्ट्र की सरकार जो है वो देख रही है। जो कोई इसके अंदर गलत दिखा दे रहे हैं, जो गुनहगार हैं, उनको बिल्कुल कड़क से कड़क शासन ये सरकार करेगी।
Viewers, now shifting focus to Uttar Pradesh's Lakhimpuri district. Now, huge violence and huge protests have broken out after Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's statue was vandalized on Tuesday. Now, it was first installed on a Buddhist land that was vacant for yesteryears, and when people returned after attending an event, that statue was vandalized, prompting immense violence and protests. Now, in fact, police vehicles were also targeted, with specific cases of vandalism coming to light from Lakhimpuri. Take a look at what unfolded.
Uproar and arson in Uttar Pradesh's Lakhimpur after a statue of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was found vandalized. Agitators took over the streets and blocked the roads in protest. Several police vehicles were vandalized and at least one vehicle was overturned during the unrest. Locals said that the preparations were underway to install a statue of B.R. Ambedkar on the land of a Buddhist monastery. On Tuesday, the villagers installed the statue. After the installation, most of the villagers left or attended the rally. Upon their return, the statue was found broken, which led to massive violence. The protesters pelted stones and resorted to violence, targeting the police vehicles.
अम्बेडकर जयंती के अवसर पर मैलानी थाना क्षेत्र के बाकेगंज में एक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन होना था, जिसमें बाबा साहब श्री भीमराव अम्बेडकर जी के चित्र पर माल्यार्पण और अन्य कार्यक्रम थे। इसी दौरान कुछ लोगों ने वहां एक मूर्ति स्थापित करने का प्रयास करने लगे। पुलिस ने इसको रोका। इस पर कुछ लोग उग्र हो गए और पुलिस से उलझने लगे। इसमें कुछ लोगों ने पुलिस पर पत्थरबाजी भी की। पुलिस ने तत्काल लोगों को समझाया बुझाया। हम लोग मौके पर पहुंचे और लोगों को खदेड़ा गया। वर्तमान में कानून व्यवस्था जैसी कोई समस्या नहीं है, शांति बनी हुई है। मौके पर पुलिस मौजूद है।
Heavy police force has been deployed in the village and the violence has been brought under control.
Viewers, now shifting focus to what's happening in Tamil Nadu. Now, the DMK party, led by Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, has once again put its foot down on delimitation. In fact, they have increased their vehement condemnation of delimitation, calling it a move to marginalize the southern states. Those calls have gone up once again. DMK remains at the center of the delimitation controversy that has been rigged up once again as the state prepares to go to assembly elections. Now, remember, delimitation is the process of redrawing the boundaries of territorial constituencies for both Lok Sabha and state legislative assemblies to reflect changes in population over time. And now a DMK has come forward arguing that delimitation is based on current population figures and punishes southern states like Tamil Nadu for their success in population control and economic development. That has remained their stance. And now in the latest, we're learning that Chief Minister Stalin has called for citizens to hoist black flags at their homes on the 16th of April in protest against the central government's plan to introduce a constitutional amendment during a special session of the parliament. That's the latest that we're getting in. A state-sponsored protest against delimitation just as Tamil Nadu is set to go into assembly elections.
Yeah, when two of their opposition party states are going, West Bengal and Tamil Nadu is going for polls, they want to call the parliament immediately and put pressure on these parties because both these party MPs will stand against this delimitation. So they don't want these MPs to come there. But anyhow, we are going there, but still the numbers will be less. So they want that to happen and that the bill which was introduced by them should be accepted by the House. That is why they are doing all those things. They are anti-people. Their planning is that their states which they are ruling, the UP, the MP, with so much high population because they have failed in the population control. They want those states to get more number of seats. And Tamil Nadu will get a lesser number of seats. Even if it is proportionate, with 82 MPs in UP, if it is proportionate, they will get more than 100. Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh will get more than 100. Bihar will get more. They want that to happen because they fear that they will fail in the next elections.
Yesterday, our leader, Mr. M.K. Stalin, has released a video format where he has clearly said that what are the outcomes which will be against the interests of the southern states, especially with Tamil Nadu. And today we had a meeting with all the DMK MPs and said that all of us, irrespective of the election work which is there, very important also, we have to go there because today the delimitation bill is a dangerous one. It's a draconian one, which is going to take away the rights of the people of southern India. And they are disguising it in the forefront, bringing in the women's bill. The women's bill is very, very clear. The women's bill clearly says that it will come into effect only after the delimitation. So what is the hurry? Now, the delimitation, already we have raised a concern. Why are you doing that when majority of the states are in the election mode? Why can't you wait? Let's wait and do it. Let's get the consensus of all the political party leaders. Without doing that, they want to take away. In today's Hindustan Times has clearly said, if they try to bring in the delimitation with today's 2011's population, Uttar Pradesh, the state which benefits the most, from 80 MP seats now will jump to 140 seats. Bihar 40 to 73, Rajasthan 25 to 48, Madhya Pradesh 29 to 51, Maharashtra from 48 to 79, Tamil Nadu from 39 to 51, Kerala from 20 to 23, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana put together, where Mr. Naidu, this is for Mr. Naidu for you, 42 to 59, Odisha 21 to 29. I'm saying, is this what we want? You in the 70s said, please try to limit the population. There was a directive from the union government to reduce population. We too asked to. They had 2 children. We followed it. People of Tamil Nadu and southern state followed it. Then we too asked 1. We also followed it. But what are you doing? You're punishing us for following the directives of the central government. Today, the states which never follow the directive, which are where the population boom and are sucking up our country's GDP, are benefiting with more members of parliament. This is anti-democratic. We say we want to do it proportionately so that our rights, our voting rights, southern states does not lose. But Modi feels that he can be a dictator for life. This is a step towards dictatorship.
केंद्र सरकार जो है 16 से 18 को होने वाले स्पेशल सेशन में जो है डिलिमिटेशन का जो एक अमेंडमेंट है वो ला रही है। बात करने के लिए हमारे साथ जम्मू कश्मीर सरकार में मंत्री जावेद राणा मौजूद हैं। राणा साहब, अब कहा जा रहा है कि जो अभी तक सीट्स हैं वो तकरीबन दोगुनी हो जाएंगी, 850 पहुंच जाएंगी और यूटीज केंद्र शासित प्रदेश में भी सीटों की संख्या 18 से 35 चली जाएगी। किस तरह से आप देखते हैं?
अच्छी बात है कि रिप्रेजेंटेशन बढ़े और हर एरियाज की एरिया वाइज रिप्रेजेंटेशन आ जाए, लेकिन हर चीज़ के लिए एक सेट प्रोसीजर है। आपकी भी सेंसस आई नहीं है तो आप कैसे डिलिमिटेशन कर रहे हैं? पहले तो पता चले मर्दमशुमारी, कहाँ आपने सीट बढ़ानी है, वुमेन्स के लिए कहाँ रिजर्वेशंस करनी है और किस एरिया को क्या रिप्रेजेंटेशन देनी है। ये सब चीज़ें जो हैं ये एक प्रोसीजर में शामिल हैं। आप 2011 की सेंसस के मुताबिक आप यहाँ डिलिमिटेशन करने जा रहे हो, बाइफिकेशन करने जा रहे हो, तो ये कोई दुरुस्त फैसला मैं समझा हूँ कि सब तवालत में है। और इस पे पहले डिलिमिटेशंस की रिपोर्ट आ जाए और उसके बाद प्रॉपर तरीके से रिप्रेजेंटेशंस वुमेन को भी दी जाएं और जो भी रिप्रेजेंटेशन आप सीटें बढ़ाना चाहते हैं सीटें बढ़ाएं, लेकिन इसके लिए डिलिमिटेशन से पहले और वुमेन रिजर्वेशन से पहले आपकी सेंसस होनी चाहिए।
Viewers, that's all that we could wrap for you in this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, we bring you explosive details on how the ED has now filed a case against Ashok Mittal and is raiding the AAP MP Mittal's house. ED claims that raids are linked to foreign collaborations, and sources say fees from NRIs are being expected. In fact, also on the other side, just minutes after the AAP MP was raided, Kejriwal and Punjab's Chief Minister say BJP has begun their election work. Getting you all the details on these explosive allegations on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Director, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 20.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी मनी मनी मनी एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles.